Yes. Okay, just setting up the live stream here.
This is too short.
Thank you for that voice check. And it seems to work.
Where does this go?
Works. Okay. Welcome everybody to the 78th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. It's Thursday, September 10th, 2015. And as you can see in your video, Mr. Keshe is getting set up here and ready to go at the new Spaceship Institute. So let's move right along to Mr. Keshe and have him tell us what's happening today. Hello,
yes, yes. Good morning, Rick. Good morning, Vince. Thank you very much for today's teaching. As you notice, we do not play our promotion video. This is due to a letter we received on the copyright of what was the right of the Keshe Foundation for 10 years. As usual, in the foundation, we are a peaceful people. We do not confront. I have instructed the Keshe Foundation team to immediately withdraw all the Keshe logo foundation with the 7 circles on it. Keshe Foundation blue circle with a conformation of galaxies is a copyright of the Keshe Foundation. We own it. I paid for it. It's made by the Iranian scientists at the Sharif Tehran University. So our new logo, which is correct logo, we are a space program, not bunch of dotted on spots, because when this logo was made originally, I objected to it. I was told it's a horn of plenty, and I said that time this is a horn of greed because it grows and it grows to eat everything up, and now it has shown its true face. So the Keshe Foundation uses as a space organization, the spaceship program, the blue circle with the KFSSI, and a new logo by next week will be submitted to all the Keshe Foundations around the world. We advise you to stay unit and change all your signs to the new Keshe Foundation logo, which is the pride of the Keshe Foundation. Like any other organization like NASA and the rest, we are a space organization. We have a symbol of a space which covers the galaxies for the first time. So we withdraw all the Keshe Foundations from this 7 circles from the Keshe Foundation. And the rest is the entity and belongs to the Keshe Foundation. We have a right to it, and we have all the dossiers and documents to show its original work by the Tehran Sharif University scientists, and there's physicists who've drawn it up for us. So the KFSSI Spaceship Institute stays the logo of the Keshe Foundation. We are a space program, and we don't need whatever has been claimed on. We do not confront, we do not waste the energy of the foundation and its resources on these things. Wherever you have these 7 circles, please remove it and use the foundation logo of the space technology, that the people, the minute they see the blue circle, the blue in the background is the sign of the earth, the water. That's what it stands that way. And the rest is universal connection. So we have one planet, one people.
Mr. Keshe,
yes?
Maybe let me share my screen. I've got a rough approximation of what it might look like, let's say.
We will confirm this within the next couple of days, the new logo.
Would it be something like what you see there? At least you can see the blue logo that you talk about.
Yes, but there are other things, because we will carry the flag of the nations. It's a discussion where we're going to put a flag.
Right.
Because KF stays together, we see it as different ways. It's in the hand of the people who know these things. But we bear the flag of the Keshe Foundation in in red, or blue. Everything will change to blue writing. We'll stay with one, not black and blue. Let's see what comes up with the designers. But if you have a logo of the Keshe Foundation on any of your, do not forget, we have only control over the Keshe Foundation website, the .org, and the Spaceship Institute. The rest of the Keshe Foundations around the world belongs to you. You have to decide what you want to move, what you want to keep. I was always aware that such a thing might happen, understanding the laws of Belgium. So as this design was being done in Belgium, we withdraw it, and It will literally cost us no time. The other point is the live stream, which has been affected by this procedure. We are setting up a total revamp of the whole teaching process of the Keshe Foundation. And all the teaching videos in the next 6 months, 12 months, I've instructed to be gone through to. Every video will be most probably try to be subtitled, and we bring them one by one back up, because this is the backbone of the teaching of the foundation. We have no problem with this. We have seen today a release of a link in respect to a procedure which we have with Mr. Alan Sterling. We do not confront this situation. This matter, as you noticed last week and this week, we made no comment about it. We handed over this matter immediately to FBI and Interpol some 2 weeks ago. They wanted the time to monitor the traffic and everything else. And now we leave the matter in the hand of the federal agencies, Interpol and the other agencies on the internet to look into. And as there could be a legal case, we do not make any comments. But we were told to keep silent for 2 weeks till the officials internationally and the FBI can download and look at all the traffic and everything else which was going on. And now we leave the case, it's open. There is a minute of the communication with Mr. Sterling be released that it justifies what we said is correct. And we leave it to the, what do you call it, the legal entities to what do you call it, to progress this matter further. And there is enough legal grounds for investigation by international laws, because Mr. Sterling, in a written communication to me, has claimed that he has victims, and in his communication confirms there's a teenager under 10, under 14, and this is a criminal offense by any law, it's a felony. So we cannot communicate any further. The context of these communications, some 6 hours of it, has been released to people who want to support it. It will be released in total. There is a link set up by Sandor, which we will release it accordingly. And there is a link we set up. We release the total text of communication between Mr. Alan Sterling and me in writing. So there is not a diversion or who says what is written. And one of the reasons Mr. Alan Sterling went very fast publishing and going to live stream, he realized he has, as we say in English, declared he has victims and he knows what he's doing. So he tried to prevent damage limitation for himself, but the text of these communications has been released and will be released to federal agencies because it's a clear indication. He says he has victims, so he's aware of what he's doing. And he knows he's around 10 years old in his own handwriting. And he's aware that in a communication of 27th of December, that he says he has crossed the line, which means it's his decision of what it means Creole. You're crossing a line with the underage is a criminal felony, and now is in the hand of the, what do you call it, has been in the hand of from the day one, immediately passed over to the Interpol and FBI for investigation. So if you've been a visitor to what do you call it, any of the sites, you know, it had to be taken the decision. I prefer to lose the whole foundation than losing a life, child of a life, the life of a child. We are here to protect the children. The children are our future. Some people say why I pursue pedophiles. I don't pursue pedophiles. They come to us because they see Keshe Foundation as a new technology and brings young people. So they see us as a breeding ground for their what do you call it, their habits. So we have made a very thorough discussion with our legal team and with the security services. We were advised, and we did as we were advised, to keep silent till the officials could do the background work, that nobody could disappear. So those who are waiting for apology from the Keshe Foundation, our news to you is we handed over everything to the federal agencies in the United States, because in the communication in full, which has been released to the federal agencies, Mr. Alan Sterling confirms all his victims are within the United States. It is again in writing, his own writing. So this is a criminal procedure. We are not taking any part any further in it. And we leave it to the White House, because there is a link. Sandor, can we have that link to be put out for anybody who wants to read the articles? Is Sandor about? Pardon?
Yes, I am sending it in the chat, and you will see how.
Yes, I think, Sandor, there is importance here. I've seen the text. You have to, at the end of page 21, you have to release full communication which you have received between me and Alan Sterling.
Yes, so that I will make some annex to it and post the link.
Yes, please, the full text, that people understand why he went to on the internet very rapidly, putting a page, and then went to live stream. The situation is, as you see it, we did not contact Mr. Alan Sterling. He contacted us, and in his own handwriting, a man knows has a victim. A man knows his victims are 10 years old or so. And strange enough, in one of his own videos, he says, I had the consent of the child to touch her, to whatever terminology he uses in his own video. The international law confirms a child under 14 or 18 has no consent. He cannot give a consent to abuser. That is a direct confirmation of criminal activity, because it says, I have a consent from my victim. This is how we see it. We do not go on it. It's on the video of the 27th by Mr. Alan Sterling. He's recorded it himself. So the matter is in the hand of the federal agencies, Interpol, international protection agencies, and the people who've been supporting Mr. Alan Sterling in past few weeks to bring his case further. As part of the opening of the case, we stay silent, we do not respond, and we will see how the step will take further, because in the communication as you read, which is going to be released, Mr. Alan Sterling keep on emphasizing, withdraw your complaint to federal agencies, that this, what you did was wrong. This is not my job to withdraw, this is a job of the international police and FBI and the White House to decide on the case, because once you open a case, you cannot close it. And so we leave the matter in the hand of the international agencies to handle. We will not make any more comment on this case. And as you know, the implication of this is that there's a lot of flaws in what has been said and is been done, and I do not extend on it. We stand in respect to what we've done to be correct as an international organization. When we get cases like this or other matters like to do with drugs, so the infiltration of the foundation had an automatic procedure which we set up some time ago. We pass the matter to the ambassadors and to the international police. That if anything comes up, we are protected. If anybody is involved in drug trafficking, which is around the foundation, if they're involved in pedophilia and these kind of things, we don't get involved, because we register our complaint, and we do this on a frequent basis when we come across things. It's not that we're going to harm people, we protect the foundation. The Keshe Foundation is the first time ever any organization in the world which has stood for right of the children. As we've seen it in other organizations and religious organizations, all gets covered under the carpet till somebody somewhere might talk in the future. I saw, as we are a new generation of scientists, children coming on, and they're teaching to their teachers in the schools I've received to communication from China and other places, the new technology. We should not become a praying ground for what we call people who have their own agenda of legalizing different aspects of whatever they think is right. So we abide by the international law. We are aware of a crime, or to us is a crime. We automatically register it with the channels which has been made open for us. When the situation came up with this case, I immediately took advice by the American advisors we have within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. At the senior levels in the American security structure, they immediately gave us connection directly into the FBI, and more or less now 2 weeks the case is with the FBI is for them. They have access to all the documents of international, what do you call it, what we said. We have submitted our case, and we will not make any more comments on this till the situation is clear by the federal police, because this is a criminal offense, because it's in black and white. You will read it, you understand it, that how Mr. Alan Sterling is aware that he has a victim, because he writes my victim, and he confirms the victim is around, I ask in the communication, is the victim 7, 10 or 5 years? He says teens, which is underage. And you have to understand how this case came about, that he had to go open, is because there was a complaint to go to the police. We are not aware of how many other victims are there in the communication. I have asked you, read it. Has he got 10 or 20 victims? He says he cannot say. So there are more victims. It's the job of the government to look into it, what victims are.
Did you want me to show that document now? Is that part of it?
Please, and there is a link, that communication between analysts.
Some of this might offend some parents because it could get into sensitive issues. If your kid is reading it, they might
No, just give the link and let the parents do it. Don't show the document, just give the link.
I see, okay.
Just give the link, parents can read it themselves, because...
What about kids? Kids are going to be reading this document.
Yeah, but we have to make it explicit, because there are words which has been said, and we leave it to the international police to do the investigation.
There's pictures of girls in this document. I don't think this should be broadcast on the internet. There's people, there's half naked.
I think you have, do you want, can we...
I don't think.
Wait, Rick, you are correct. Rick, you are correct. Let's.
Got half naked girls in it. Little girls that are half naked in a pool drinking. I mean, that is not good images for kids to be looking at. I don't.
Okay, Rick. What can we do? Stop. You are correct. Sandor, can you delete that page, please? That picture.
All the content is not for kids. All the content is for above 18 years. We have to put a notice.
Pardon me?
Pardon?
All the content is not for kids, not just the picture. The picture is from internet, where it is not mentioned any age limitation, by the way.
I think for us, Rick is correct. We have to be correct.
It's just outrageous. It makes me.
That should not.
If you just delete
this out. There is no need for that picture. Rick is correct. Can you delete it?
Most of the people in the Keshe Foundation, it's just ridiculous. This is not called for. Sandor, you're out of line on this. I'm sorry, but it's just outrageous.
Just delete that picture, please.
Sorry, I'm getting upset. I'll have to take the mute on here for a bit.
Okay,
that was the promotional picture from the Venetian, which was referred in the text. The Venetian is a big hotel complex in Las Vegas.
Just let the people check it. Rick, please, this thing should not divide us. This is what the whole purpose is. Yeah, that's what they try to do. Sandor, Rick is correct. Please remove that picture and put the link. Don't even put the link. People can go and see what Venetian is in on the internet. Remove that before you put the link up, and please add the full communication at the bottom. During today, we release the link. Please.
About the full communication, the Skype is okay. In the emails, there is such a confidentiality notice which contains any disclosure, copying, distribution of the taking of any action in reliance of the contents of this email information is strictly prohibited, and so on, so on, so.
Okay, no problem. Just remove that picture, put the full text on it. Sandor has been working on this for some time. I understand the position, Rick, is correct. Remove the picture. People can go and see what Venetian is on the internet. We don't need to send them there. And what do you call it? Add the full text and give us the link in full that we can take further on.
Okay, so
Okay.
right now...
Just right now, please. Do it and
right
let us
now
have the link. Okay?
Yes.
Thanks very much. So this is how we run our business, democratically, where we understand you're correct. Thanks very much for Rick's, what do you call it, input. Now, we have closed this case. We will not any further go to this. Please understand, and we will release the new logo of the Keshe Foundation. Don't forget, Keshe Foundation used to be KT and then became a KF with the different image, and now we become a full space organization. We don't need the circles. We are a space organization. We use our own logo, and it's unique. It has a connection between humanity and the space and galaxies and atomic structure. We have released the definition of the picture some times ago. I will release it again that you can understand what the picture stands for. We allow the presentation of the flag of the nations as usual. And this concludes our position in this respect up to now. We go back to another announcement, that is the situation with the power generators. The power generators which are ordered will be delivered on the 3rd week of this month or before end of this month. At the same time, 1,000 units will be given to the governments and the authorities and people in public by the end of the month, that we bring the technology in the hand of public as we promised. The Philippine team are online for delivery maybe next week. We are online for delivery on 23rd. The structure has changed totally. Can we, excuse me, Marco, can I have the picture, the unit 3D is in the middle room, please? Sorry, I forgot about it. I'll show you the actual 3D of this system that you will see. The prototype is getting tested again today for the final before production. This is, a lot of people ask us how this unit works, if it's 3 or 4 kilowatt. We stick to our limits of 3 to 4 kilowatt hour. This is a power supply. This is not a generator. And in a case of when we release the generator as a power generator, we will change the word from power supply to generator. This works on the plasma technology. The plasma technology is the plasma converting its energy at a point of need to what it needs to be. What this means is, if you noticed in a standard plug, if we work, when you have a, thank you very much. When we have a distributor on a plug, on an international plug, you have connections very much like, as I can explain like this. So you have variety. You can, with a new technology, the difference is that when you plug this into your system, and it's your distributor on the top, you can take 120 from here, 240, 220 from here. And you can get what they call a DC from the top. This has never been available to man. We always need transformers to switch these things over. So in a way, what I can show you, if you look at this internet link, we provide you with such a link. So on your case, on your supply case, you can plug in and have application on different positions. You can take AC, DC, 120 and 110 or 220, 240 on the others. So this is how you will receive the new prototype. For other reasons, I just show you the side view of this. This is the size of the unit which you will receive. It's not this is not the final version, because the final version which is gone into production is slightly different. And this is your supply point. You receive your contacts from the top where you can do your DC and the others. The system weighs less than 1 kilogram or around a kilogram, and has its own what we call car unit, separate than the house unit. You cannot use the house unit in the car unit. And as we said, it has the capability to produce the energy between 3 to kilowatt hour per day, which is a normal demand of a household. Other versions of this will be in the market in the coming time, and will be supplied accordingly to the international standards. We will try to find a parameter. There is no parallel for just such a system at the moment. We have what we call, with the EU standard, we give the guarantee, because if an item is sold below a certain price on the electrical goods, the guarantee of the manufacturers is valid. So we give the guarantee from us that we comply with the EU standards, and we'll test and we'll do it. You have to realize that these units will be manufactured across the planet with different organizations, and this allows us to bring the power supply into a new dimension. Let me explain to you something, why I started the communication in this way. When you produce plasma, you have a plasma in this condition. Where you create a plasma, you have a package. This package has a full spectrum of the energies within the gravitational magnetic field forces of this universe. It has not got any less, and it has not got any more. So when you deal with a plasma, you open the plasma in a way that you have access to all energy, both energy what we call magnetical and gravitational. So what happens is that in this plasma spectrum, these two vary. As one increases, the other one decreases. As one adds up to its strength in different positions, because if you are here, you have a different gravitational magnetic field than when you are at this point. So here you have a gold, here you have copper, for example. So within the plasma which you have created or you release as a gas, you have a full spectrum. Depends, as we said, where you want to break into. So now we go back to the original teachings where we started. If you remember, we started with this. We started with copper. In the copper, we had what we called molecular structure, tightly bound structure. With creating the right amount of energy in the environment of the wire, we managed to change the molecular structure to atomic structure, what we call nano-layering. We've been through this many times. But now you will see what we are talking about, where I'm coming from. And this nanostructure is all connected to each other. And what you see on the nanomaterials which you have produced so much nano layers on your wire, that in your wires, I'm trying to get hold of a nano material coated that we all understand. This is the wire, for example, you used. This is this. When you created the right temperature and heat, you created so much structure release that you become to this. At this level, you have still a matter structure, but a loose atomic matter structure, where here you had a molecular structure. This you call matter, this you call nano, which is what we call singularity. Then what you did, by applying again, changing the environment, do not forget, from here to here was a change of environment, which was heat. From here on, don't forget, this is, let's say, 50 to 100,000 layers. Yeah? So, from here, a molecular structure to atomic structure, by changing the environment again, by putting this material, this state of matter, into a salt condition or in a current condition, we created loose plasmas, what we call GANs. No boundary. Now you have the plasmas. This is what you have covered up to now. This is 10 years of teaching and 2 years of solid demonstration for you to make. Now, the game you played is slightly different. Now you have the loose ganses. You put them into a core, or you put them in a cup. You put them together. So what you did, you collected the ganses. Don't forget, a GANS is a plasma, free plasma. It's like a sun. It continuously radiates its energy, gravitational magnetic field energy out. So when you have this container, it continuously releases both gravitational and magnetical. Now, where from this point we have entered the space technology, where Keshe Foundation sits. You brought your GANs into the container. Now, instead of each one releasing a small amount of energy, now you have collective energy. So, what you've done and what you're doing is, from now on, the game changes. You have two choices. Here, in the matter structure, the gravitational magnetic field bound is in the matter state. Here you have a full spectrum. The fields, you have to excuse me, we have our gentleman arriving for delegation to Ghana. He'll be carrying the flag of Keshe Foundation for teaching in Africa. Good morning, Ben. Welcome. Come in, join us. Nice, welcome home. Take your chair. You will see a lot of, Ben, can you bring a chair from the other room, please? You will see a lot of Ben and Alex will be flag bearers for the Foundation for Teaching across Africa. Take a seat, please. He's the highly educated. Welcome home. We'll discuss after this. Uh, so now what we see, the energy release from the GANs is in a totality, is not individual, but is in fact a package. What we do in this package is that now we don't have, let's say, one GAN's magnetic gravitational, but we have millions of GANs magnetic gravitational. So now we have 1,000 or 1,000,000 GANs in the structure. We can play the reverse, which means now by having a full package, we can go backwards, which means now we can go to become nano, or the strength of the nano of a matter. And then if we decide to convert into matter, if you look, is process reversed. And this was the matter state to GANs. Now from today, from the start of the game of today, we go from plasma into matter. This is the condition on the Earth level. This is a condition in a space. In a space, you're not given a matter. You always have a plasma of magnetic fields. Now, for years, from the time I released the Coca-Cola bottle, you all looked at how you converted the matter to nano, and in the past few months, you have learned how to produce GANs. After GANs, you're in a field zone. GANs doesn't even count. Now you have a package of gravitational magnetic fields in your hand. And that package comes with this box. This is something none of you have understood, and you have to start understanding. Now that you have this, which releases energy as a plasmatic condition, you have to decide how and where you want the plasma to be. Would you like a plasma of energy of a hydrogen, or would you like the plasma of water? Would you like to have water in a tangible way, or would you like just to have the magnetic gravitational strength of the water without actually having physically the water? This is where the change comes. This is where we go from now on. This is where space teaching, Space Institute teaching starts. This is the new course which we take. And in understanding this, now when you have your system and you get your connections to your system, you decide if the plasma which comes out of this power unit, that's why we call the power unit not a generator. From this cable, you create a field connection that it gives you oxygen. From this cable, you change the plasma to a strength of meat. From this, you need aluminium to build the structure in the space. So now we go through this process of conversion of a plasma into desired entity. I have taught you this, you all know this, but you never stood still to understand what it means. You are looking to take energy from this unit when it's delivered to you within the next few days to power the house. But if the Keshe Foundation team worldwide understand what is being taught, go back on all the teaching of the Keshe Foundation, how you transferred the taste and the smell of banana into the water, now go the reverse. Then what you do, this unit is your oasis system. This unit gives you not only the power, it gives you power in a plasmatic condition. Don't forget what I explained originally with this plug. You decide 240, you decide 110, or you decide DC or AC, whatever voltage you need. Plasma converts itself. Understand this very carefully. All of you have seen it, but never stood still, and I mentioned it a few times. Arman is making a unit in America using the same copper, using the same process, and is plugging it into the American system at 110. He brings the system with him here, and we plug it the same. We use 220, 240. There is no transformers. There is no change of transferring from one voltage to another, because the system decides what voltage, what power in the strength of vibration of the electron it needs. So if you understood this, this should be no problem. And if you understood this, you understand in a space we do not need to take any matter with us. A box like this, which can gather the energy or release the energy of the plasma, then you become the master of destiny. You want a hydrogen? Would you like water? Or would you like aluminum or gold or whatever in a space you might need? This can become your medicine. You come across an energy transfer which can dislocate or energize one of the cells in your body. You tap into it, you drain it, or as we've seen with the pens which has been produced, the process to be reversed back into its originality. What does this mean? Let me see if I have with me. Excuse me, Marco. I have there is a blue bag in the lab. There is a pen in it, the white pen. The bag with the stars on it is on the table across the wall. So what I show you is the draft. It's got a cap as well with it, Marco. We show you the 3 model of the pen which has been produced. No, it's a pen. I'm going to show it. It's the pen, whatever you call it. It works on the same structure. It is exactly. Oh, you brought the whole bag. Okay, let me see it. Thank you very much. Let me see if we've got to find it. I had it in my hand. Strange enough. Can you check this? Oh, there it is. This is the pen. This is the size of the pen you will see, which will be done with the tip closed. This will be, is manufactured in a beautiful way, and the shape of the power unit and the pen and everything which the Keshe Foundation supplies will be the same. And manufacturers have decided to be white, the sign of purity, because the knowledge is pure and plasma is clean. You decide what to do with it. So you see for the first time the pen will be released in this format. The manufacturers have gone for production of 1 million units to be released by the end of October. It will cover all the necessary applications of it. But if you understand with this pen, it's exactly what happens with this position. At this point, you're creating a strength of magnetic field. If this strength of magnetic field in your body is of a specific disease, because the pen produces and releases a spectrum of the plasma, it will match into it in any shape or form. So what happened? Your pen, that's what it does. And here, when there is an unbalance between the gravitational magnetic field in respect to its environment, it connects with the system inside and it transfers the energy, so the balance is release of pain to you. Because pain is plasmatic, pain is current flow at the electron vibration, as you call it, but as we call it, is different strength plasmatic condition in the gaseous state of the matter in the body of the man. Remember one thing, then you understand how the transfer of field is done. In the new system, when you receive and the operation of all your plasma systems, you have missed a very vital point. Some of you must have seen it, some of you understand it. This is for those who did not understand. Even if you go to the original system, I'll put this away. Even if you go to the very original system, which we've seen it with all the plasma conditions, and then we saw Alex bringing it to beads, or what do you call it? You always needed a connection to the main, where on the other side you could release energy. And none of you ever understood the process. Maybe we explained it in a totally different way you understand. In this section, you have released and you continuously have the availability of the same thing as this cup. You have created a cup, but in a specific form that it has both gravitational field and magnetical field play. So, go back to the teaching of Ninov, 129. The 129, as I've mentioned so many times, was created because the Sept with the GANs, which is this, had comparison plasma weaker that it had to feed. That's how we detected it. So it needed a comparison point that it could act and release upon. When you connect your systems to main, you create this comparison point. You're not tapping into the energy of the main, but the main becomes comparison point for the energy to be available. And now you have a system that compares itself with this point, so it allows the plasma to be released at what the point of demand is. You understand? He's a master and he goes like this. He's been in Italy too long. I'm talking about Marco, he's sitting in front of me. So, how you release energy from unit, and you can release energy in vast quantities, is because of the isolation in the frequency of flow. This always follow this, and if you have an AC, it follows this, so it can supply any voltage, any current you need, 220, 210, because it has a point of reference isolation. So you dictate through this what to release this. But don't forget, once you add a unit here, you have created a flow. So the plasma is continuously available at the level of the source. You're working with nano-coated materials, which means the current does not go through the wire, but it goes through the nano layer. At zero resistance, superconductivity for plasma transfer. So now, in one stroke, and it's now time for a lot of you to go back and reassess, reevaluate. How, now that you produced the plasma, you can convert the plasma to what you need. Energy, banana, aluminium, or whatever else. So your job from today is conversion of the plasma into matter the way it's done in the universe. We have the what we call the spaceship team coming into Valletta in the coming days, and that's what their job is. What they try to do, they try to convert the energy of the plasma in the base reactors with one of these systems here to create a conversion that the interaction and the conversion between the 4 reactors and the separation line, which is the energy unit, which is exactly what you see here, which is sitting in between, to create a field that it gives you the structure you need. So you came from what we started, from the matter into plasma. Now you convert the plasma back into the matter strength as you need. And as now you have control over what is done, you decide what the matter appearance shall be. Can we fly tomorrow? Now the puzzle is total, complete. You have made matter to nano. You release this plasma as a GANs. Now you hold the GANs to convert it back into the matter, the structure of the plane or your craft. As I said before, we have much more to do than meddle with a few circles. That's a job of infidels. Let them be busy with it. This is what we have to do. This is what is our position. This is now that we understand. And if you go back to the teachings which we had from our friend Ali from Cyprus, he explained to us that how he made a capacitor and he put transformation in between that he could make the circle. In so many ways, I have no doubt in the integrity of what he's shown us, what he explains to us. So he has become part of the Keshe Foundation team to develop the conversion of this process. So now what you see is in fact what we promised. This is not your power unit. This is your OSS system. If you manage to structure a field transfer across this box will give you the shelter. It will give you the field barrier exactly as you expect. If you know how to tap to its energy, you can have whatever you need at the point of need. Now your job is to transfer a plasma into desired strength at the point of demand. You want to have a heat to keep yourself warm without the physicality of the matter. You want to convert that heat to become a copper, the field of the plasma to be whatever you like. So in a simple way, before we start our new sessions of teachings on a regular basis as a what we call seminars from next Tuesday for the masters and the what we call the 3-year course in October. Now you see the task. The task is very simple. Up to now, we dealt with matter, and matter was everything we know. Now that we know we can separate the matter to plasma, is how to convert the plasma to what we need. You have now what I call a bowl of milk. Do you want to make cheese out of it, or you want yogurt out of it? You want to make it to a pancake or whatever. You have the dough. And the dough comes from this machine. Try to understand the process. If I put this in this position, then in its connection, you decide. This is more or less what you're going to get. On the house unit, you get 2 USB and 1 multi-point. Because to us, this is obsolete, because this is where you sit on a DC. Plasma is always DC. So you can even from these supply your household goods as you are used to it. So now what you see is a system which in fact will meet every demand of a man in a space. Is now we have understood how to loosen the structure and how in loosening it, bring it together, that we can release this energy in a way as we want to collect. A lot of you play with the water of the GANs, a lot of you play with the copper oxide of the GANs. It is irrespective. Every GANs has the total energy. And this is why a lot of you have been puzzled by it. The strength of the material you put in is the limitation of the field. So when you have, as we've seen done by Renan, I said to Renan the other day, if you remember, he put a pin of copper. The windings he did came from the part of the teaching which we were doing with him, from another side of the development. As he's part of the development side of the Keshe Foundation, he brought part of the knowledge which wasn't open to anyone into this, and all of you start making double cores. Because this core is gravitational and this one is magnetical, and this center decides how much of it will go to which one. That's how your pen works. And because it's the field, the pen, when you look at it, in fact, the field of the pen is like this. With the pointing, you direct it. And that's why when it comes in touch, even you don't need to touch the body. When you point it as where there is this difference, if you remember with your generator, I try to be more open, where there is a difference because there is a pain, there is oscillation, the rest of the skin of the man, the muscle, has a steady current flow. So it does not interact. The only point which interacts is with oscillation where the pain is released. So automatically it brings the balance. Now you understand the science. Why these pens are effective. Because if this is my finger, and I have the pain here, at this point on my skin, I don't have disturbances around it. So when I pinpoint, exactly like where you put the alternative current in, I connect where there is a variation, where the pain is. Because when there is a pain, it means information coming through the nerve. It has a problem to be absorbed and follow. So it disperses, it goes back on the nerve through the copper connection of the tissue to inform there is a problem, and you feel it as a pain. But don't forget, your material inside the pen is copper based, so it's a matching of your skin. So immediately the variation at the point connects with your system, it balances gravitational magnetic field, and you see the loss of pain. So this is the science behind what you're doing. There is no difference between your pen and your power generator. But if you understood this, and you can take it a step further, now you understand a very major breakthrough, and most of you will go with it. This was the pain on my finger. This is the finger. This is the pen without touching it. But the field flow between the two, due to the gravitational magnetic field created by winding, even by the nano layers themselves behave like a winding, you create a flow of gravitational magnetic field from point of the pain to the pen. If you understood this, you understand a very simple principle. Power transmission without the need for physical contact. We don't need cables, we don't need wires, we don't need, very much like the mobile phones. You create a power point with alternation, and you move your point to where you need to be in balance with the alternation of gravitational magnetic field. No cables, instantaneous transmission of the power to the source. And if you understood this, it means in your homes you do not need wiring. And if you understood this, you understand how Tesla worked. Left a unit in Moscow, drove a car for 2 years in New York. In understanding, he only, to his thought, was working with magnetical. But he never realized he has already started working with gravitational too, because it had to be a loop closed. So Tesla in his system achieved the unity of power, transmission and gravitational magnetic field. But the next step you have to consider is how you can convert this plasmatic flow in a container to motion. Our team are working on, they've tested yesterday and they're testing on a frequent basis now, a motor car without engine. Literally what we call disease of this planet, the four-wheelers. How do you convert a plasmatic field into motion? Where do you create and what do you have to do? Then it becoming banana, it becomes motion. Do we need to have the wheels to create the motion? Or do we and can we create a flow in a plasmatic to the body of the system that the system finds is plasmatic gravitational magnetic field in respect to Earth? Some of you report when you're using the system in your starter motor, or what you call it, the battery or the spark plug, much ease of drive. If you connect it long enough, the whole structure will be nano-coated, and in nano-coating, when it receives the power supply, it does exactly as you're doing here. It will find its gravitational magnetic field not in the matter state, but a composition of inertia and gravity, and you will understand you can fly. There is no difference between this structure and this structure. You can move your power supplies in the what you call the engine section. It's irrelevant. As long as you can nanocode, the faster you can nanocode the structure, now you have entity enclosed. The wheel is irrelevant. And how you transfer this motion of the plasma in the free direction to a physical motion is your decision. You can put the wheels on it, or as the woman says, put a ring on it. It's very easy. A lot of you have not understood how the use of double ring can convert the energy from plasmatic to back to motion. Don't forget, Marco is thinking very hard. Don't forget where you started. You started from a motion of electron. And you release the plasma difference. How come you cannot use a reverse process to reverse the plasma back into the motion, but in the matter state? The current flow in your present grid is created through the vibration of electron. It's motion. So now you have a plasma. It should be very easy for you to create motion. Doesn't matter electron or a car. These are the important points that we enter. So those who were hoping they get a power supply, they don't have any more bills to pay. Now, if you understood the use of the system, you have everything you need. Food, water, banana, steel, is you who has to dictate it. But go back to the teaching we learned from our friends. You remember? An orange or a watermelon, putting different gases around the object in the water, gave the taste and feeling of eating the orange. What was it? Was that you needed a media of the water to convert. Now you have to find a media that you can do the conversion to what you need. Do not forget main position on this planet. The matter state of this planet is subjected to number of things. Gravitational magnetic field of the system itself, which is the Earth. Gravitational magnetic field system of the solar system. And then gravitational magnetic field of the galaxy and the universe. Instead of you trying to copy the gases of copper oxide and NHO, you have to start expanding their knowledge into creating the gravitational overall of the universal structure, that you can produce this matter anywhere in the universe. Because once you leave Earth, water in this shape, where H2O comes in, not necessarily will be in liquid condition. So now, instead of looking at the water, you have to look in a condition of the plasma strength, which the interaction of the power plasma from your unit allows the creation of a desired material. In a way, you got to start learning how to make filters, plasmatic filters.
We can't hear you, Mr. Keshe.
Pardon?
Your
Has
voice
somebody-
is cutting. We can't hear
I
you.
think that's your end,
That's
Armin.
it.
I can hear him just fine.
Yeah, it's fine here.
Ah, Armand, good morning. Maybe it's too late for you. Would you like a cup of coffee? Armand?
No, it's nighttime.
Ah, it's good.
I have my tea.
Nice to hear you. Is your unit finished?
Yes, at morning it will be finished.
Okay, thank you very much.
I wasn't home today.
Pardon?
No, I wasn't home today.
Oh, you were home today. You got to understand that the Blueprint Bank is open to the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers at the master level, and Armin is developing things so he has access to all the blueprints we create, so he can do the job for the American Keshe Foundation. So what happens is that now you have to start working, that you got the ganses, you saw the effect of the GANs, in how to convert the GANs into matter, mostly in energy, I should say, matter and motion. You have to start developing filters, and I'm sure within the next couple of weeks, a lot of you will start producing everything you need. Reversal of diseases with this technology is child's play. I received a text from Carl this morning that a girl in China has to start teaching his teachers about plasma. Do we have any materials that she can teach his teachers, her teachers with? Unfortunately, yes, we have. And all it is, you can ask or go to the YouTube or go back to the teaching, which is transcribed by our friends in New Zealand. It's in black and white. You can teach from it. It's in manual form. It's on, what do you call it, Amazon. You can read it. So she can take manual to be read. In the coming time, now we're going into production. All the things will be categorized for every teaching that you can go to. If you're looking for the nano, it tells you which minute, which paragraph, in which video you can go to this. This is something we're going to undertake in the coming weeks, and we have to make a bank that people can go for references. As we said, we make our own Wikipedia of the knowledge of the plasma. So now you got to go the reverse, the way you came. You came all the way to the top to understand plasma. Now you have to learn your way back down to create matter or motion by the Marco's favorite word, potential, the gradient. Yeah. Depends where you take the gradient, it gives you the matter, the energy, the plasma, whatever you need. Go back to your knowledge. Go back to your bank of knowledge. We received a lot of beautiful knowledge from our friends last week from Mexico. He explained in detail. And if you could listen to it and go back over it, you understand how you create matter out of plasma. he waters. He puts water through nano-coated material, which transfers the energy of the GANs, because in this stage, the energy of the water is in the GANs state, a strength. And then when it comes to the plant, it converts it to the matter that the plant grows or creates different condition of more fruit, more harvest. So the extra is the extra energy which is delivered by the pipe, or what he calls it, by the GANs into the environment. So he has already shown you how to convert plasma into matter. He uses the same water to create corn, he uses the same water to create lettuce. You understand? So now you have to understand the process. Plasmatic water is all in a GANs state of energy. And when it comes to the plant, according to the strength, it converts itself into higher growth, higher expansion of the gravitational magnetic field. Realize something which maybe is important, maybe not, but in your terms and conditions you will understand more in depth. I've said this before, and that is, they say in the body of a man there is enough iron the size and the weight of a nail. If I put a nail on the floor, does not create the height of a man. But as you've seen, very, very, very thin layers, how much GANs you received at the bottom. The conversion of the matter state to a GANs state creates expansion. And as in the blood of the man, as you increase the energy, the blood cells blow up and increase in size, what you call blood pressure, because you more or less add energy to it. The same process of expansion happens here. You do not create, but you allow the expansion of the GANs in the structure, which allows us a taller tree. And then when you have expansion and application, allows you the fruit or more fruit or harvest. If you understood those two, more or less, 80% of production of any material for you should be a child's play. Conversion from one state to another is from matter to plasma, and from plasma to matter. In the matter state, you're affected by the field flow within the confine of the structure, what you call pressure, temperature, and in the plasmatic condition, you're confined, you're dictated by environmental magnetic gravitational field flow within the structure of the universal condition. When you're in a matter state, you're very, very tightly packed. When you're in a GANs state, you're open into the structure of the universal condition. That's why in a GANs state you can travel from one state to another, but you go according to inner or outer circles of the same plasma in respect to its environment. Heating comes from the vibration. Flow of the plasma comes in respect to gravitational and magnetical conversion. And if you understand this, then you can have a cell on Earth this size, and if you increase its plasmatic gravitational, it'll be the same cell, but it'll manifest itself at this size. It's you who decides what the environment allows the GANs to grow into according to its central strength. Then you have a seed which is 1 gram, and the same seed can weigh 10 grams or 20 grams. And you say you have a bigger harvest because you change the environment and the energy which is fed within the environment. Where in the matter state, the heat and pressure does that. Here, with the GANs, you play with the environment. That's why when you throw nails and you throw meshes, as our friend told us from Brazil, you create the environment within the farm, not just on the piece of land. You got a lot to do in your farm. Next year harvest should be 10 times more. So now maybe today's teaching brings a closure to matter state and conversion of matter state to plasma, as you call GANs, and then conversion of the GANs to matter in strength or tangibility. Most of the time, you do not need tangibility. You need the strength. Especially in the human body, you work on the strength. Don't forget, when you eat the food, it goes in your stomach, it's in a GANs state, it releases the energy of the plasma of the GANs, not the matter. So in a space, you don't look for having a banana. You look for what banana releases in the body of the man and what the strength that the body needs. You release that energy to the body. So maybe from today's teaching, we start the true space technology. Because up to now, we came to understand the position of the separation of the matter to plasma. And now, as the space is made by and through plasmas, we go from the plasma to do the job of the creator, to produce whatever we need. Whatever we need at a point of demand. It's you who has to make the filters. Some of you, like Magnasiv, understood part of the process, but you did not follow it through. If you follow it through, you remember what Nassif did. He made a loop, and to his understanding, the 8th loop should give oxygen or water or hydrogen. And he collects water. If you can change and plug this to your power supply, now you decide what each loop can make. It depends what filter you place at a point of 10. You have water here and you collect meat here. How do you make such a filter? How do you create such a filter? Go back to the teaching. I was teaching to our team yesterday. Go back to the original teachings. If you remember, in the Sensano, we had those hydrogen, what do you call it, reactors. And I kept on saying, and we did some tests with the knowledge seekers. We put some reactors flat, we put some reactors standing up. We brought the reactors back and forth. You remember? Now, with the knowledge you have, and you understand the connection, and what we showed in the last day of the teaching, here, before we broke up for summer, you remember the loop which Marco made with 6 and 12 rings. You have your 3 reactors as a base, and you have your reactor in the middle. If you look at the combination, every element in the universe as energy and matter is in your hand. you can change the gravitational or you can change the magnetical. You call it isotopes or you call it different elements. Very low gravitational, very low magnetical. Hydrogen. Move slightly higher in gravity. Heavier material with 2 electrons, power energy. Helium. You understand? What you made, what I told you is one of the most beautiful units. Because now, with what you have, you increase slightly the gravitational point further. You bring the energy of gravitation with the magnetical direction, you have carbon. And so on. Remember, one point is missing. These are not connected. For this reason, to be able to change the power, I gave you 2 things. A winding coil inside and a winding coil outside. You want to increase the gravitational field. To go up the scale, you use your spring in the center. You want to increase magnetical, you go with the outside. So, at the same time, because you have a gravitational magnetic field base, you limit the structure of the 2 to the body of man, environment of the earth. So, everything you produce fits into the structure of the man. That's why, if you go back to the teaching, originally I explained to you that not necessarily when you have a guest from a space can come within the space which you live, because you have created a gravitational magnetic field which fits the matter state of your body, not the matter state of theirs. So now, if you understood this, and you can create a system in this position, you collect water somewhere. Because then you can connect yourself with something of the field of the oxygen that in combination with the 2 produces you at certain given point as much water as you need, while in another point you're building copper, and in another point you're making banana. But if you can keep the condition float constant, and you understood the condition of the creation from the beginning, where you created the 3 base reactor, and what was missing in all your teachings was the filtering, then you understand how you can filter that the gravitational magnetic field of the totality gives you the gravitational magnetic field of point of destination. And don't forget the pen and my finger. You don't need to touch. You have the gravitational magnetic field, the connection is made, and what is stronger, which is this, absorbs from the weaker. Your craft is a smaller, lighter weight by mass, point of destination is stronger. The way you transferred yourself the energy from there to there within 10 seconds, as Brennan keeps on telling us, within 10 seconds there is no more pain. Within 10 seconds you can be anywhere in the universe. There is no difference between your pen and your craft. If you understand the totality of the concept of transfer and balance of the energy in gravitational magnetic field level. So now we open a new Pandora box. We open a condition that a lot of you don't worry about how you make a GANs. Try to find out how you can absorb energies in given the environment that you don't need a GANs. And if you understood this, it should be very easy for you to do. Non-tangible reactors. In the coming months, we move to the reactors which are totally non-tangible. If you remember in our teachings, we started with a huge frames, with a huge cores. If I tell you the original design of building the same first core was to be 1 meter, and now you're working on 2 millimeters, you'll be laughing. We looked at building this reactor by the Belgians. We looked about 400,000 euro. Because we had to buy a block, which was 1 meter, and start cutting it. That's 10 years ago. And now, if you remember, we came down to small reactors. We saw miniature reactors, copper, then we saw the ping pong balls even. But all these have had the structure of physicality. They were confining the plasma because that's what you could understand. If you look at the new teaching since last week and the week before, I start taking you to the direction of non-tangible reactors. And if I show you this is a plasma, you have the same problem as 129. Is it real? So I've chose an intermediary. What you're making now is what you call a spring cores, which are inserted inside each other. One is gravitational, and the other one is magnetical. But now is a compromise. If you look at it, you have the springs, which gives you the shape, and you have matter state here and open space. So you are halfway between matter and non-confined plasma. This is where the teachings will follow in the coming time. So we started with a 1 meter core. We come to 2 millimeter, 1 centimeter core. Now we are, at the moment, some of you have moved into the spring cores, which is a half between man and the beast. And then in time, when you understand this process, what we explained in here, you will see you will build reactor controls without any dimension, without physicality. I reckon some of you will reach this within the next 6 to 12 months. And some of you are still in the 1 meter diameter. So the spring cores which you see getting developed is a half a stage between the matter and free plasma. And when you understood the control of the plasma without confinement, you start building the energies of galaxies and the stars, and then you have no dimension. Then you enter the whole full structure. But one thing you have to remember, and till you don't understand this, you have a problem, is that you cannot be in the schizophrenic condition between matter and plasma. You have to work in one direction. You have to work in a direction that everything from zero to hero is all in a plasmatic condition. Otherwise, you see no results, and then you lose trust in yourself. As you remember, Ludmil had a big problem with the foundation. The proof of the CO2, that is CO2. Till now, we see the scientists in America confirmed it, so now he has a problem. So now he has a proof he wants. We see where he comes up with. How he can add it up, because he has a huge knowledge, he can add to the knowledge. So the problem is not getting static. The beauty with this technology is it's like a river flowing at a high speed with a lot of leaves on it. Different leaves get stuck in different part of the river and they're happy where they are. So we get a bunch of people who are happy with spend all their life making 1 kilometer reactors. Some will move to the GANs, some will move on to the next river down the road, till we come to the pure water with no leaves on it. So we see this, and each one of you will defend the point of your stock with what we call nail and tooth, because this is the level of your understanding, and then you have to do it. We see different development, you try to expand the knowledge in the circle where you are. My knowledge expands from zero to the top. So wherever you go, I can give you a hand to move up or keep you satisfied in the position you are, because the whole purpose of the technology is to make man happy with his standard of life. Not all of us like to live in the palace. Some of us are happy with the little box because we can control the environment of the little box. I told you when I was in Sierra Leone, I'm talking to Ben. I was going from the University of Freetown to the house of the, what do you call it, of the head of the university. And it was late in the afternoon and it was traffic. So one of the professors and the other professor who was driving me to the house of the chancellor said, please close your eyes. We have to go African way, because that road is closed. So we went through the slums, and the minute we turned into the slums, it says, never say to the chancellor that I've taken you through this. You're not supposed to say this. I said, my eyes are closed. Not knowing I worked in Africa for 15, 20 years, I know Africa in real way. And so he didn't surprise me. I've seen how Africa works. But the minute we entered the slum, there was this Indian music coming. We could hear from down there, very high. When we got to the music box, it was an Indian guy with a little box, not even less than a meter wide and half a meter high. And that was his shop. And he was so happy having that house. I said to the professor, he's come all the way from India to here to be happy with this little box. So that's what he's happy with. You understand? And we see people living in palaces, they're not happy with what they have. So we work the whole dimension, depends what you like to take. The process is teaching and dispersing the knowledge as fast as possible. That in a coming time, we do not need to fall on the side. Some of us would like to stay on Earth because we find peace, and some of us are more adventurous. We would like to explore the space. I had a unfortunate position I was put in, but in a way I had to explain some things last week regarding the situation, what is going to happen in the United States, or what we call the West Coast of the United States as a continent. And I've seen a lot of question marks, I've seen a lot of panic. Don't be like the guy who had a heart operation. He had a bike What we have is the same with this energy unit. The energy plasma unit, what we call power units, will carry everything you need to do. We have to support those who cannot make it, and those who can make it, they make it for themselves, a few pieces, and as a mass production, we make for those who cannot. But it has to be an order, it has to be a direction set in the condition that we do not bring more mayhem. The mayhem is inevitable. This is a change of industrial revolution at a total different scale, and we have no choice. And as I said before, I'm quite well familiar with the situation in Africa, and Africa is placed in one of the best positions to benefit by this technology. The reason being, as I explained, I was with the Saudi prince a couple of weeks ago, and I explained to him that how his tankers on the water will be no good with the fuel because there is no need for it anymore. We don't need it. And to him, it's incomprehensible because he makes his life out of the oil. You have to realize something very simple. We gave you the matter, you changed it with a few cents to a plasma, and now with that plasma you can have whatever you like. In Africa, there is no commitment into infrastructure and all the technocrat which is sitting in the West. They go direct. And there is no waste of energy and resources. We have organized for Ben to demonstrate the technology. He's a Ghanaian. To go back to Ghana and demonstrate it to the Ghanaian energy ministers. In a simple stroke. You don't need to invest 100 million, 200 million in the dams, damaging the infrastructure, and then paying for cables to be transferring energy across. Africa reaches instant power and production at a stroke. Saving up billions of commitments done by other nations in the West. I'll tell you something, a secret, but a very good secret. When we built the first flying car, I asked the Belgian police if I can test it on the motorway. You can't do, there's bridges, everything else you're going to hit. In Africa, there is no bridges, you can go straight. So we see more flying cars in Africa than Western Europe. There are no cables, no power units going over the head and the rest of it. So we see the development, and I support heavily the development in Africa. I have a close, what you call, love for the continent. I worked there for long enough to understand how the man has abused man. And it's time for us as a Keshe Foundation to put back into the place where we took a lot without putting anything in. But in a way, it's a shortcut. As I said, the most sophisticated apps are in Africa, but in the West, we haven't even seen them. So now the best applications of the technology is so simple that it can feed anyone in Africa. So now you know what's on agenda in next 12 months. Conversion of the plasma into matter, energy of the matter, and building and construction of the first space reactor as a Keshe Foundation worldwide. The group of people who will do this are gathering here in the center. If you don't receive the approval to come to join the construction, please do not turn up. You will not be allowed in. There are applications, security checks we do in the background, and if it's cleared, and secondly, from now on, anybody comes to Keshe Foundation, which is security check through different avenues on top for the purpose of the security. But still, the system is closed to Belgians, and there is a question that we will not supply any power supplies to the Belgian applications. Anybody who paid for power units in Belgium, we have to refuse delivery to you. We keep it, we will hold it for you, but you won't have access to it till we sort out the position with the Belgian authorities. It's the freedom of the nation. And we cannot allow, the same as we blocked other things, we do it the same. on the delivery of the system. We'll bank your system in a deposit. We give you the access, you know it's there, we haven't defrauded you, but you will not have access to it. And we make sure the technology is barred from Belgium till we see the balance of what has been put wrong. So we still don't accept any knowledge seekers from Belgium. And the same, they will never participate in this field until the situation is clarified. Now, who's next online?
Do you have anything there, Rick, set up?
Yep, there's a presentation from the Spanish-speaking sector on agriculture, and Renan also has a presentation to give on his end as well. I'm not sure who wants to go first, or if they're both online here. It's David is the other one. Let's see here.
We have, I think Brennan is a short presentation.
Okay.
If you can have Brennan as part of his development of the medical side. Is that okay with you, Brennan?
Call me later.
Yes, sir. I am ready.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
sir.
let me inform you. In some of the presentations of today, you might still see the old logo of the Keshe Foundation. In the coming weeks, they will not be there. Secondly, anybody submits anything for presentation, from today, you have to send us an agreement that the knowledge you disperse is freely given to the humanity, and you have no claims over that. We don't get the dogma of what we are handling at the moment. And secondly, you have to give us in writing that you're not using anybody's copyright material. It's yours and it's original.
That's
And
right.
from now on, any presentation coming in, this has caused a huge problem for Rick, because I wasn't aware of this in so many ways. He's enlightened me heavily in past few days in what it is. He gets emotional about it, but he's correct. So from now on, any presentation you do has to carry the bear of the Keshe Foundation logo, which is the space technology logo, and you have to send us in agreement in advance that all your intellectual rights is given freely to humanity, and it can be used by Keshe Foundation or any other else in what do you call it, in any line of teaching, that we don't get any copyrights.
Okay, sir.
Carry on, please. I'm
Okay.
going to keep my camera off.
Renan, do you want to present it, or do you want me to show on? Can you do it yourself
I'll
there?
share screen.
Okay, good.
Can everyone see it?
Yes.
Okay.
Ah, you got the message. You're at the KF Space Institute.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Rick
it's a
told me in advance.
last-minute net message, you might say, but thank you, Renan. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yes, and good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everyone. So we are here now in our 5th program for the Nano and GAN. So reminders, I'll just flash on the reminders. And our pens are in production, coming soon. So our topic for today is just a short presentation. It's just about emergency plasma kit. So this is an additional with your emergency kit, the normal emergency kit during any disaster or any calamity. So this will be helpful tools and protocols that can be easily be done with few materials needed. So we have a disaster alert signs from nature. So basically, some of us have already experienced different disasters or calamities. So observe the animals around you. They're the first indication of alert of any natural disaster. You may have 10 to 20 minutes to prepare when dogs start howling and there are no birds around and nature goes quiet. So this is one of our indicators. Next is we have our plasma supplies. So what we need, so you put this in your small pouch or bag, make plenty of nano-coated copper wires, bare copper wires, got some salt, lighter or fire torch, maybe the candle, sheets, sink sheets, plates or wires. Can you have clean water, medicinal herbs, or the ganses of the herbs and fruits that you like. So most of us have already learned how to make ganses of their fruits and vegetables and herbs. So you have your GANS material collection, label it, put proper labelings on it, so you will use that in times of when we produce matter. So here I'll tell you how to use it in emergency. So I have listed 9 on a plasma emergency kit. So you need paint patches at all sizes, and I will teach you the easiest, simplest, and most affordable way to make it, and it's very, very effective. Never lose your pain relief pens. Make your health cups. Have your rain jacket with GANs. I'll show you how. Gloves with GANs, or waterproof thermal knee sacks with GANs. GANs mask, and a plasma mosquito repellent, and also the MagRab power supply unit if you have already ordered, coming soon. And some emergency protocols, the water decontamination system, how to treat open wounds with your badges, and the MagRab power supply system. First, I start with the simplest pain relief patch. So you just need GANS patches. This is the GANS patches that relieves pain fast, and I have tried it at least for this week. We have tried this also, and it really relieves the pain very, very fast. All kinds of the pain in the body. So materials needed, you need just not resealable plastic pack, tissue, a table napkin, water from your CO2 GANS kit. You don't need the GANs, you just need the water from your CO2 GANS kit. Take note of it. So simply like this, step 1, get a plastic pack and a tissue or a napkin. Number 2, you insert it inside. You have already a packaging. Next is get just a 5 ml of the water of your GANS, CO2 GANS kit. You can use your energized CO2, which means that you have put any herbs around it or above it, so that the energy or the information of the herbs will be transferred to the CO2. So as well as the water. So the water is the medium of transfer. So all the information in the GANs are already transferred in the water. Next is you pour the water in. And the 5th is you have your patch. This patch, we tried this. And next is you need to label it. So it is for personal use. Don't let others use your patch. Put a label, make your own patch, and give to others their patches and write names. This is non-consumable. You can use it many times, but you use it only for you. That's the only thing. And you can put it anywhere in the body if you have any pain. We have tried all types of muscle pain here in the house. My friends also did this, and they felt so much relief, and it's quick. And we tried some ankle damages who have already broken legs before, and it was cured, but there's still pain. So it still removes the pain, and I believe it continues the healing if you put it for a long time. Maybe more than 24 hours, or you make a sessions. My father, I put this to his heel because he have a very a painful heel that's keep on coming back, and I just inserted when he wore his sack. I just inserted it there, and the pain after 24 hours, the pain didn't come back anymore, and right now he feels well and he feels youthful, even at 71 years old. With that patch, because there's no more pain on his joints. Next is apply to the pain area. So expect pain relief in minutes. You use 24 hours for therapy and healing support. So I said it again, you can use energized CO2 GANs water. Anything that you want to empower your CO2 GANs. You will never consume any of your GANSes anymore. You can put your GANs in a small bottle with the water. So if you want to produce many patches, what you do is just refill the water, or just 1 drop of water on a barrel of water. All of that barrel of water has already the energized GANs. And you can make as many patches as you like, and it works. I tried it. I just get a drop of water and I put it in a glass of water, and I use that water to make patches, and it still works. You can try it. So you can make any patch sizes you like. You can make belts on that patches, connect them, so you can put it on your waist, put it on your torso, everywhere in your body if you have pain. Just do it. Just that simple. So next is just a picture. Place the patches on the stomach. Use as direct food. We just tried this. We got hungry because the food was not yet prepared, so we tried to put in our stomach, and the pain in the stomach disappeared. I don't know if the hunger is still there, but we ate after doing it. And also, if there is no GANs available, what you do, this is the one thing that we are trying here, but I have tried using a barbecue stick instead of a copper wire. I used a barbecue stick and burned it. With a barbecue stick, it can also remove pain. I just point it out. There's a sharp point of a barbecue stick, a wooden stick, and I point it out to the pain. It also removes the pain. So you just burn wood and fruits, herbs, and spices for your health use in a clay or a metal pot, and it becomes all ashes. And you use that. Once it is burned, collect the ashes. That is already your energized nanomaterials. So all the information of the fruits, vegetables that is burned are mixed with the wood ashes there together. And the wood ashes becomes your caustic. So there is the process of nano coating and also making it to a nanomaterial. Then you mix it with water and you have an energized water, or maybe you'll just mix a little bit of salt, I think. So, but we will confirm this experiment yet. So I have not made this yet. I just think of it this week. So for emergency cases that you have not processed any GANs. And open wound treatment. So do the clean and dress the wound simply the first aid kit, first aid system way. But after that, you apply the patch over it. After covering the wound, you apply the patch. It really suits the pain fast. Really, I tried open wounds. Some of my friends tried open wounds. The pain just disappears fast. So the patches that we make with CO2 GANs water alone. Oh, sorry. Next is that you can use your patches with your health cups. So you can wrap them around and plastic, and you can energize already your bottle. So can you wrap it around, under, over, so at least all the energy will be transferred already there. I think this works because the water is also mixed with the amino acid on top. So the energy of the amino acid, which is floating in the CO2 kit, is also a part in the water. So when put together in the patch, you can still transfer the energy to the water in your cups. I tried this also. So next is your health cup. Your health cup does not only support your drinking water, you also need to energize the heart, lungs, and brain. So you just need to breathe in the air of your health cup. Instead of drinking the water, you breathe in the air inside. Just breathe in slowly and slowly. It helps you relax, and you have breathed in the energized air inside your cup. For the water, it energizes your physicality. Next is how to decontaminate the water. So basically, Mr. Keshe has already told us how, so I just documented it. So you need wood ashes or any nano-coated wires or CO2 GANs, a container, and your water. So get a container with water and put ashes on it. As the ashes settle on the bottom, get the top water and transfer to another container. Repeat the process 2 to 3 times until the water is purified. So until you reach, so you need to transfer it in another container and put ashes again, and until it settles again, you transfer it again, and until you find it to be clean and purified. Simplest and effective pain relief pen. So this design is one of the simplest. If you are in emergency use, you don't have the patch, or there's a particular pain that cannot be.
Sorry, I think we lost Renan. Are you still there, Renan?
Yep, seems to be gone.
Hi, Rick.
Oh,
Hey,
you're
hello.
back. Okay.
Hi, I'm back.
I just got off. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, I'll
recovery.
share again. Sorry. Okay, so we're back. So here's the using the effective pain relief pen. So you need just a tape, a nano-coated copper coil, maybe as small as number 24, or you need to have a 7 centimeter long coil like this. So simply have a coil counterclockwise turn and just wrap it with tape, and you got your pen. And you just point anywhere from the north or to the south terminals, then it relieves pain. So I tried this already with tubes, with tapes. It relieves pain fast as well. Just that. So you don't need to have any plenty of complications of doing 2 layers. You can do also the double layer, but this is the easiest way and can relieve pain. I have tried many of this already. Here is the raincoat and gloves with gans. So I suggest to those who are capable to manufacture this. This is an idea. So we need to energize a coat for extra strength during any natural disaster. So if there is rain or water, so you need to have a coat or a raincoat or a jacket, and insert the pads that you make in the linings or inside. Which my friend tried this. We inserted in his jacket, and he really feels the energy in his body, and it's relieving him from all the body pains. So I suggest to him that he put it in his patch on his jacket, so at least he gets relief when he drives his motorcycle, travels long, and it gives him a good feel. And also you can put on the gloves as well, especially in the finger points and also in the palm. So these are the ideas. Hopefully our friends in China can do this. They have the capability to do it fast. And also a suggestion is a waterproof thermal socks with gans. So still gans patches. So if you have thermal socks, many of you know what thermal socks are. You just make it a waterproof, because during disasters, the feet is very vulnerable. So it's gonna be stepping so many things, and you need to make it waterproof. So you can wear different boots or shoes, but at least it won't get wet, and it won't have much because we know that the nerve ends are on our feet, and when our feet gets wounded, it's gonna be hard for us to travel. So you can also energize different patches, put patches on the thermal socks, and you can have your boots. If you can play your shoes, you can put also the CO2 gans pouches. Also for the mask. Yes, sir.
Can I just come in here?
Yes, sir.
You have to realize 2 points. When you use CO2, when you use CuO2. Especially for infected wounds, use a water which has a copper oxide, not just the CO2. If you use the gans of the copper oxide or the water of the gans of copper oxide, it has the ability of disinfecting. So if you have an open wound or you have in disaster points, you need to, but you can't use it for long, just for a few minutes, and you remove it. You'll find out the copper has the ability, in the conjunction with the neurosystem and the physical part of the body of the man, to act as a disinfectant. So you can use both CO2 and CO2, especially in the wounded areas, as with a patch. Mix the two together. Make a patch which has both CO2 but don't use the CO2 for a long time, for a short time. If you have a wound infections, if you have a burn infections, you will find out if you what you got to do, the way you put your paper in the plastic cover, you made your patch. Nano coat 3 different papers and put them across each other. What I mean, I put the camera on to show you.
Okay, sir.
What you got to do is, I'm on that. What you do, you use one paper soaked with CO2. You use another paper with a copper oxide, and then you use another paper with CO2. So you make 3 layers, even in different angles, slightly different angles to each other. This creates on the side of the body, because it interacts with the body, the exact condition of the 3 layers of the skin. You'll find out the skin growth will be much faster without the infection. So you create the physical condition. And what happens, this is physically what happens. Let's say this is your top paper, this is your middle paper, and the third one is, let's say, your other paper. Here is your skin. You have a top layer, you have the middle layer, and you have a bottom layer. So in fact, you create a zone here which allows to behave like a skin, and the bottom builds very fast to the top, because this will not change. This will build up to it. And you find out burn recovery very, very fast if you use the 3 layers. This is part of the emergency kits which we will develop, we will introduce into the market in the coming weeks. And this is part of the, what do you call it, the burn system. I offer this to the emergency services here in Italy because of the explosion we had. So the science behind it, you have to understand, is that the 3 layers interaction of fields gives to the condition of the creation feeling of the skin. Now, here you're void of a skin, it's gone with the burn. The 3 layers, if it's burned, you have to show the 3 layers on this side. So the interaction creates that surface that the body will follow the field transfer, and you find a replacement and the growth of the skin and the flesh very rapid without infection. It's important to use a copper, very important. But you don't use a copper long term, especially when it's used on the stomach part where the soft tissues are. It has to be in a short burst, because the copper can interact with the muscle tissue of the soft tissue of the body, and it has other applications. So if you are dealing with an infected wound, try the copper oxide tissue on its own, or maybe with the CO2. If it's just a pain, use the CO2. Pain is a sign of emotion. Copper is a part of the structure of the physicality. So once you've nano-coated it and you have created the plasma of the water, so now with the water of the body, it has a common ground. With the copper has a common ground. You see the building of the muscle tissue, very rapid. You can speed up to factors without infection, mainly without infection. The biggest problem, as even Lennon said, is putting these patches after the bandage. But don't make the bandage too thick, that the field environment is less than 3 to 7 millimeters sometimes to be effective. Carry on, Leonard.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Just to be clear, that's the water of the CO2 and the water.
Yes, yes,
not
yes.
the cans itself.
Yes, this knowledge will become very handy very soon for a lot of in a lot of applications around disaster zones. With the fire cases.
Extremely quick and easy to make.
Pardon?
I see these as extremely quick and easy to make.
Yeah, the beauty with it, as Brennan said as well, the fire brigades can apply it on the site. Doesn't matter how many injuries are, how many people. When they carry the guns with them, they just add the water to it. Within seconds, they can make their own patches for each person on the site. This is why we put this out today, as Brennan shows, the emergency kit. This comes on the back of the accidents in the island, which is Dominic. And at the same time with the situation with other disasters and what we expect on the west coast of the United States. There is something which, if you don't mind, Brennan, let me just explain something before we forget. Brennan is responsible for the disaster recall on the with Tom cells. There's a huge problem there that how they can support themselves. Some of you made donations or whatever to the, or confirm your donations to the island, to Tom, for the people. These donations due to the lack of the currency in the island, by the look of it, is not reaching the people. So do not stop contributing. The Keshe Foundation still has found a way. Yesterday, for the first time, we managed to get through. Hopefully we see how fast we can get finances into the disaster area. But what you see, the kit is in response to what Tom and Brennan have been discussing as his responsibility, was trying to find a way that he can help these people in a way that they have everything with them.
Mr. Keshe?
But, yes.
Maybe we could make a call to the supporters to make some of these pads and ship them there, or have them sent there.
We don't know at the moment. They're waiting for the second disaster tomorrow, the second flood.
Well, what I'm saying is that there must be some foundation supporters that fly through that region or have some means of transportation into that region, and it'd be helpful if they could listen to this conversation and offer their services if possible.
If there is such a thing, if we can do support such a thing, if there are people available who can do it, it's quite welcome. But the problem is with this disaster will need support for a long time. And as we said, this is the way Renan has found a way for the people on the island, that even they can export this to the other islands. It's so simple that it becomes an industry for the island, and they can do this.
Well, I mean, we don't even need to send them the patches themselves. We could just...
The knowledge transfer which Renan is doing is huge.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, this is I know, what do you call it? Nassef is busy with making things, and we see people who are trying to move out of the disaster zone in the West Coast, and is getting hyped. This was not last week explanation of the disaster in the West Coast was nothing planned. It was just the explanation of what will happen and that the things will happen. And we can add into it in depth what's the consequences of it. Because we've done a very detailed analysis of such a disaster. So let's finish with it, and then we go to our Brazilian. If we have time at the end, if we remember, we go to more depth in how to respond to disasters like this. Carry on, Renan. Thanks very much.
Okay, sir. Okay, so let's continue. So the next is we have our, after the thermal socks with GANs, CO2 GANs. GANs mask. So we have already existing mask there in case of any volcanic eruption or dust, and the area is so stinky. And you can buy your existing mask and just put the patches around the filters. Don't cover the filters, just around the filters to help. So still use CO2 GANs. It's energizing, so you can wear your mask as long as possible when there is still the need of it. So just always be reminded, if with infections, use the copper oxide water, GANs water, for the infection, but don't use it permanently or long. So this is another. The next thing is the mosquito repellent. This is a simplified one. So the same concept. You try by leaf tanner. He told me this, and I just made it simplified it. So you just need a CO2 GANs plus the citronella oil or a lemongrass extract mixed, and the water. Still use the water of that GANs in making simple patches, and wrap the patches on the plastic bottle, and you put the clean water. Wait for 30 minutes or to 1 hour, and drink the water. You just observe. You will have the energy of the citronella in your body. Thus, mosquito shy away from you. So anybody can try this and can confirm it. So Liv Tanner also tried this, but he did another process. But I think this process is more simple to use, and you may confirm it. So this can help in the area of the disaster zone, especially when the water has resided and everything has cleared up. There will be so much dead plants, dead animals, and you need the mosquitoes will be around and flies. So at least we have something that we can drink every time, and the mosquitoes won't go to us. So
would this work? Would this work for the malaria mosquito? Would we attract it to us, or would we repel them?
Maybe we will. It will be a repellent, sir. For me, I think it's gonna be instead of attraction, because the lemongrass and the citronella repels them. So with the energy of the lemongrass and the citronella oil, with that energy in your body system, so they will be. They won't say they will have no option but not to bite you, because they thought you have already the citronella inside you. So
in the Philippines, do you know how you distinguish if you have a malaria? I think you have a malaria mosquito.
Yes.
How do you distinguish the malaria mosquito from non-malaria mosquito?
The zebra type. The malaria mosquito, the zebra type. Zebra. Their color is white and black, and it's like stripes. So their body, their foot, their legs are white, black, white, black.
But in Africa, it's not that way, is it? It's all the same color. In Africa, malaria is the same. It's the way they sit. If you see a mosquito, if it sits, I'll draw it for you. In Africa, is the easiest way to know if you can see it when you get bitten. Is the normal mosquito, if this is your leg, let me do it this way. If this is your leg, and the mosquito sits with you along that way, it's a normal mosquito. But if the mosquito is like this, it's a malaria mosquito. That's how we see it. It sits with the legs and it bites you inside. The malaria mosquito is deformed shape. That's how, but the normal mosquito, when it sits like a normal mosquito on your body. And one of the things you can do, which is release pains very rapidly, apply the mosquito repellent or the mosquito oil as you make it directly on the point of the bite. You'll find out it reduces it immediately, disinfects it immediately, then the pain disappears. The best thing is if you got a mosquito repellent, or maybe you can try it with the oil you have, when you get mosquito bitten, use it directly on the point of the bite, and the pain disappears instantly, because it's there to do the job. It does both ways.
Okay.
Just let's see what Ben has to say. Hold on.
What I'm saying is the mixture of the CO2 oil with the citronella oil. I think, like Mr. Keshe is saying, if we apply it on the area of the bite, it will be more effective to repel the mosquitoes and also to heal the pain or the damage done.
Okay.
Sorry, but I just tried to understand. It was a very good point you made, because lemongrass is very common in Africa. You can smell it from miles when you come near the fields. It just hits you. Carry on.
Okay, sir. And okay, and that's all. And thank you. That's what I have prepared yet for the emergency kit. And soon updates on the MyGrab power system will be updated by MTK for the distribution. So, but update here in the Philippines, we have already our prototype unit, and soon mass production. If the prototype unit is okay, the mass production is going will be done immediately. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rena. And then it's an interesting logo that he came up with on the spur of the moment there as well at the end.
Yeah, at least it becomes a rainbow.
Renan, what's your position with power supplies? Can you go out next week as you were planning?
Yes, right now, sir, the prototype is already done, but I have not gone yet to the factory. But so when we check the design, everything, so the fittings and everything, so we will be doing the assembly because we have already made plenty of coils. So the assembly will be the one will take a little longer. So we'll be producing it once the prototype is already working and it's approved by the research and development group here. So we will just check all because it's already assembled. So we will be meeting up this Saturday to approve the prototype, and we will show to you the simple design. So maybe it's not yet the one with moldings. We will be using the what's available here to fit it, but the practicality and the function, it all works. So hopefully, if it's approved this Saturday, we're gonna go for the assembly. So we have also, the coils are already prepared. So nano coating will be the longer part, but we will do fire nano coating. So the caustic will not be used. So it will be faster for the fire method. And with that, we can produce at least the one Moises said, 1,000 in 1 week. So we didn't pursue yet because we need to see the first prototype of the finished product. Which is here. So the difference only here is the casing. So the design inside and everything, the function is the same, but the casing here, we just make use of what is available and what is standard in the international market. That's
I like your logo. It's maybe we pinch it from you.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, we're gonna copyright it before the other. What do you call it?
At least for the others, because when Vince sent me the logo, I find another way to show it so people can have an idea. Some way to
we had a discussion last night where to put the flag, but this gives it a very nice, it brings it home than being a loose flag and the circles.
Yes.
Yeah, so no problem. Just put a CC on it, copyright, that the what do you call it? The horn of greed doesn't take over.
Okay, sir. I'll put.
Thank you very much. Just see it.
A bit like the
see what we
neutron.
can do. Wins, can you send this to Jeff and see what he thinks?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll see it.
Okay, thanks very much. Thank you very much, Nathan.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Vince.
We'll speak later.
Okay, sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Okay, who's next? Where are we learning more now?
I just want to interject, Rick. You said did you get that thing that we talked about? You said you wanted to look over it first. Did you have a chance to get it?
Yeah, I got it in my email and I can have a look at it.
I know that Mr. Keshe will want to see it or at least say
No,
something.
you two are good enough if you...
Okay, they've just started screen sharing on their own, so if you okay it, then I haven't...
Who's this one? Who are we seeing? Who are looking at? Pardon?
From China? Remember the last person that was it the last workshop or the workshop before that we had the person from China on with Lisa translating?
Please, don't give me more than 15 minutes. Those will go for hours and hours. They have such a beautiful portfolio we can sit down and spend whole months on it.
Right.
Now, the first thing I'm going
I
to
think we get a spoil. Just let them to feed us in the small bits.
The first thing I'm going to ask, and this is going to be a requirement for that presentation, is to have a translator on. Do we have a Chinese translator on?
Is Lisa online? Remember, we have called for the meeting of the Keshe Foundation manufacturers for Monday at 9 o'clock. If you were on that meeting, the same people, we meet at 9 o'clock on Monday for manufacturers and update of what's happening.
Yes, those people will receive an email.
Yeah, you receive an email, you're invited to the meeting as well Monday. While we're trying to get the Chinese sorted, I'll show you something if we can. Ah, okay, he shows us. Let him go and then we show you the one after, okay.
They're looking for a Chinese
Can someone please tell this person to ask him if there's any copyright problems or make sure it's okay? I can't find the document in order to open it here on in my email right now, and I don't know what's going to be presented. I have no idea, and I don't want surprises.
Do you want to stop it? Do you want to stop this?
Well,
it's our material. Everybody on
this person is determined to make this presentation right now. I don't think I can stop it. So let's just go ahead with.
So you can block it. We have a power to block.
I will cut it off if we need to. Sure. Yes.
Okay, we have within our power the system, the structure to. Oh, you're looking for these, gentlemen.
If I start seeing violations, then we'll have to shut it down. Basically,
well, I still say that it's all fair use, as this we're not selling anything here. This is all public, free.
As long as it's for education purposes,
I want to
fine.
say that right
as
now.
long as it doesn't go on my YouTube and that we don't broadcast it on YouTube. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. What is our position? What does the masters decide?
Rick, who was next that you actually have approved to go on?
There's a presentation from the Spanish-speaking, from David.
I'm looking for him here, but I don't see him on unless he's on as something else.
Okay, I'm going to show you something very interesting while we're on the Chinese matter. I'm going to go on a camera share if we can. Yeah. We have received the medical unit, which is used by the doctor in China. They've been kind to send us the unit. It carries a lot of gadgets with it. It's got its own motor, if I can show it. I try to move this away. It carries a motor and it has its own adjusters and everything else. If we can show it, I don't know. Is it connected, the power? It's not plugged in, okay. So what happened is that what is done here, we show the picture of this before. Now we received it, thanks very much to Kali from China. The material put in the center core, this is the core we all know about. This doctor is used this, now we understand it, we have more knowledge. He has revealed more secret to us of his work. If you see, this is rotating. This center core is rotating. He puts in there the GANs which he desires. Now, from what we heard from Lennon and the others, maybe we don't need the GANs, we can put just, it's rotating, I can see it. So what it does is that this is done by a doctor, he's made it himself. And then, it's a bad connection, it's no problem, but it does the job. So what it does, he places the GANs inside this and he fills in the tubes with the blood of the volunteer or his patient. And what it does, the patient does not need to be with him, apparently. We're going to get this all in writing from him. He's going to reveal his secrets. And he uses mixture of three knowledge. Is Carly on the line? Carl, are you there? Hello? Is Carly on the line from China?
I don't see him on as that name if he's here.
Okay, because he can explain in more detail. What so happens is that the patient of the doctor does not need to be near. So he can put the blood and energizes the blood and through it remotely change the blood of the person or the disease. We're going to go more into the detail in how this works, but in principle, this is how he does. He's a physician. Hopefully we can get him online that he can explain to us. But what was my point of view was that what about if we put a CO2 here for emotional, we put another system of the same on top because he has a double stacker. I've seen it in the pictures. And he's got a triple stacker. So all it does, he just uses these threads, threaded bars to position these reactors accordingly. And what I suggested was, what about if you put CO2, CH3, and copper oxide on each level? So we reach the emotion, the energy, and what they call the physicality at the same time. So we see it's like for the psychological diseases and the rest, how he will respond. So we see how he tells us if he's tested it or not. But this is our Chinese colleagues' invention. A doctor who is familiar with it, a different type of alternative healing in his country, and he has we received this as a gift. We're holding one, and the Chinese Keshe Foundation in Zhejiang is holding the other one till he comes and tells us more how he does it. But that's more or less what they call the remote healing process that this doctor has developed. And he has some successes on it. And from what I received from Carl Lee was that this has been explained or given to other doctors, and they received 5 orders last few days or past couple of weeks from the doctors who have used it or are using it. So it has an effect, and they've seen a change. So there's just the next step of the medicine that we are moving in, that directly we can remote interact with the volunteer. And this is not our product, it's a gift to the foundation done by the scientist and the medical doctor which has built it. So we see how advanced the Chinese are working in this matter and how small these reactor cores are getting. So we see what the next step comes. And what we see from the Chinese don't carry copyrights on their goods. So they allow us to show it and we demonstrate it. And they even send us the pieces. They use another system which the doctor uses, is what I've seen, and you saw it in the last picture we showed of him. He uses the 12 salts as a combination, I think, of this material. So he uses the 12 salts in the middle, that it can affect all the physical condition of the body too. So if you make the GANs of the 12 salts, would be able to reach every structure within the body of the man. For those of you who do not understand what the 12 salts is, according to the founder of the homeopathy, pardon? Yeah, he explains that if you find any ashes or any remains of any human being, even after you burn it, you find 12 different salts. Some of them we understand what they are, some of them are unknown to us, but they exist. So in China you can buy these 12 salts, and then the GANs of the 12 salts can be used in the reactor, that you can reach all the physical conditions of the body. This is important understanding, and it has to be understood in totality. I'm not a physician. This is what one day we're going to get this doctor on the line, and I'm sure we're going to have a fantastic time with him, learning from him. So we'll see where we go. We tried to get the salts exported. They wouldn't. Hold on.
Well, I want to add something to it, because the other day I was discussing with Mike Nashif about the 12 salts and then this unit system, that this pure water that we create from the nano wire can be used because the body of man contains about 80 to 90% fluid. So if we're able to get a pure water in this system to mirror that of the human body, we can bring it into a state of homeostasis in the homeopathy. That means you bring it into a state of balance. So this 12 salts actually is online under the name Schlossler salt. And if you have a little knowledge about astrology, you know that even your birth, the time of your birth has influence. The salt dictates this thing in your body. But with this system, you can bring harmony and balance when you actually put the 12 salts, like the doctor has said, because I was discussing this with Mike the other day, and I sent Mike a lot of files, concerning this. If you can get...
Do we need the 12 salts, or can we just use the water of the guns?
You can use the water of the guns also, but we were discussing this with Mike, and that we can even make a nanomaterial of this salt and then use it.
How do we make the nanomaterial?
How do
By
you...
the way, let me explain. I have to explain. Ben is writing, he's written documents, papers. He's still in the process of doing it, yeah, in different types of making nanomaterials. And one is finished to go on the Keshe Foundation website. That how you can make nanomaterial of vegetables or whatever he looks at. And then it becomes part of the common knowledge grant. So he's very knowledgeable in these things.
So what in effect we came to realize is that we can produce this nano piece of wire by introducing this salt. Basically, what Schlossler found was that there are these 12 salts in the human body, and rightly, like Mr. Keshe said, if the human ash is, if you trace back into the ash of a dead body, you will find this salt. But when you go online, you could see that they have developed more of this salt. Like if somebody has constipation, he needs to take copper arsenic, which is number 17. It have a lot of them. And so with this system, actually, you don't need to take the tablets again, because that's a problem for the pharmaceutical industries. But we have no choice than to go this way, because it will help in the evolution of man better than swallowing every day.
So we go back to another step. Something very interesting. I was discussing this past few days, and if you see the beauty of it, we are learning the health from the Chinese. We are learning. We learned the start of nanomaterial energy from Nigerian African. We learned agriculture from Spanish-speaking South American, and we've seen the beginning of the space technology from what do you call it, Cypriot, Turk Cypriot. And this is very interesting how we as a community, as a World Community Keshe Foundation, is sharing knowledge so unconditionally, and how all of us in our own way carrying a corner of the technology, that the whole thing can move forward. As we said, a lot of people are trying to put division. The only division we have is in abuse of children. The rest we can find a way to compromise. Maybe there's other cases that we have to look into. We can compromise or not. But we see Christians, Buddhists, Muslims, in every way, Jewish, we are all sharing unconditionally our knowledge with each other. So in a way, Keshe Foundation has become one planet, one race. And we don't look, we learn. We get the Philippines teaching us in different directions, the teaching of what they learn unconditionally without When I was looking at the teaching of Brennan, I looked and says, how many thousands of patents have been just written off? You can imagine every patch you learn what to do. And a few months ago, there was a multi-million job secret technology, unconditionally shared. And this is the beauty of what we bring on the table. And some still fight for color of circle. It's the state of mind. The Keshe Foundation and its ethos will not patent nothing. And we go so open with it that the patent becomes the joke of the century in the coming time. There is a situation that what I see is the development of the spacecraft in the coming weeks is public and inevitable. And we have to, as a foundation, decide where are we going to take the humanity. We show our reactors, we show our reactors, we show our technology with oh, it decides, oh, it goes backward. Oh, in the middle, it goes either way, backward and front. Oh, okay. So with the development of the technology in the space, what we're going to see and what is to come is that in the coming weeks, every single one of you in the coming months will be able to create a UFO on the table. You've seen it. We are teaching it. When we spoke about the gas, when we spoke about the plasma technology, when we spoke about creating energy out of plasma a few months ago, that was a dream, that was something could be achieved. Now you have it on the table. Next week, most probably, you will see the working unit total. But the question is, are we going to subject ourselves to the past rules, or are we making the new rules? Are we going to be subjected to the national, international borders which suits, or are we making no borders? At the moment, even the production of energy, the way it is, it's a radical breakthrough. Is it acceptable in one country and not acceptable in the other, where the nation needs energy for its industrial revolution? The backbone of the industrial revolutions always has been energy and conversion of the matter to energy that can be used. We've seen the industrial revolution with water wells, we've seen the industrial revolution with engine, we've seen the industrial revolution with wheels. With this new industrial revolution, are we going to write the new rules? Are we going to write any rules? Or do we make it the rules of the universe? Free at a point of need, free at a point of use, free whenever you need it. Do we need to allow the creation of reserves, which to have reserves we have to defend it and then we have to destroy it? In the past few days I had to go back into my past life as a businessman and realize how much man has wasted and how much man has got into the habit of waste. As a lot of you are aware, I used to be in the international scene in a different way than most of you public see. One of my work was buying national reserves. And so many times I said, why a government, a nation throws so much money away? By the standard of national reserve, any nation has to have the reserve for the essential needs. That's oil, sugar. If you have a large community of minority, like UK, rice, milk, dry milk, and essentials, eggs, dried eggs. And by international standard, literally not going to annually, the national reserve of rice is rotated, is sold at discounted price, but is kept at reserve for 6 months, 12 months in case of emergency. Do we need to carry these national reserves? Large quantity of fuel is kept in national reserves across the nations for emergencies. With this technology, do we need two carriers to hold so much of assets of a nation bounded to one destination? We used to buy rices in thousands of tons at the discount rates that it was unbelievable. We could not even manufacture 10 tons of it. But it had to be replenished because rice has a life and it gets warmed. Thus, this new technology, what we put on the table today, allows us to get rid of the national reserves. Because now we can produce energy of what you need, and now more and more we're going in deep into it. We just need one patch that it carries the energy of it. If a patch, a drop of water, can change and remove pain, does a patch with the same way can carry energy back to the body of the man as it needed. This brings a huge problem for governments in respect to us. But on the other hand, because now we spread the knowledge so rapidly, freely, do we become the new rule makers? And the ones still all try to stick to it because this is the way they abused us. We've seen this with registration, that you need the registration for power supply. You need registration for a pen. You make the pen at home. Now we showed it to you. You go to the government and say, can I use this on my body? I have a pen and it doesn't show any pen. When we open the blueprints internationally, people would understand why we did it, and the way we did it is to support humanity's totality, but you can do it at home yourself. Do we make new condition for world peace? Are we the dictators of the destiny of a man to a free man? We dictate with knowledge and with openness, not with force and guns. A lot of people tell me, you only teach the science, don't speak about ethics. If you want to use the science without the ethics, you have no ethics. So it means you're an abuser. Now that we're developing these things, conditions, are we going to be the new condition makers? Or, as I say, a color of a circle has that importance to a feeble mind. This is what you as Keshe Foundations worldwide will understand. We've seen it in past few days, how they try to bring the live stream down. You're downloading it and spread it as fast as you can. Let's see how many YouTubes and others they can bring down. We don't show anything illegal, and we don't do anything to fringe, except those who see their abuses is becoming too open. The production of these patches costs nothing, but what Redden showed can release a lot of pain in the island of Nick for the people who are in pain. And they have the ashes. All they need to do is just to water the ashes and take the water from, because the ashes in a gaseous state. Are we dictating the world peace? We're coming today to 21st, this month to 21st of September. Are we going to show the power of the technology to be able to do it, or would the nature shows us the power of it beyond the imagination of the man? I think of the second one. Are we ready to change the position? Are we ready to share unconditionally the way we do, and we all benefit by it? I don't get discredited because now the knowledge belongs to all of you. I brought the knowledge, we share it. The active people who try to discredit and find criminal activities at this moment of time have a hell of a horrible time. They went and they tried to block our PayPal as we are laundering money. I can tell you yesterday PayPal agreed with us. We are a clean organization. PayPal account has been reopened. The banking system worldwide has monitored us in every section. We were accused of laundering money and everything else by the people who are important to them is the color of a circle. And they've been put on observation. So we are clean enough. International organizations are vetting us very closely. And when I explain to the European banks what is about to come, They would like to invest in Keshe Foundation. They are not worried about who tells what. They said, how can we invest? I said to them, sell the shares of your oil companies as fast as you can. And you can imagine such a thing for a Dutch bank which sits on the Shell oil company. It's a huge investor. I was explaining this, one of the directors of the World Bank was an African a couple of Sundays ago. Where do we stand with this position? There is a lot of people working in the background trying to discredit me as a person, that the foundation gets discredited, but we don't, because we moved on. The foundation belongs to you. We are millions of us. As we said today, Carl Lee says, a girl is teaching teachers in the school about the new plasma, because now they can see the result. If you give a patch to your child and say to go to school, and if one of the friends has a pain or falls down, you put a patch on, the pain is not there, you prove the concept of the technology. Then the teachers ask how it is, how can a drop of water change the pain? This is how we approach it. This is how it's so simple that changes the course. Do we patent the bag, or do we patent the tissue, or do we patent the water? The condition is irreversible. The knowledge has spread between millions of us. They can bring a live stream, but now it was good that our live stream was stopped, because I realized how weak the structure is. Now we consolidated. I never agreed with colors of circles, or what I call the horn of greed. And now we come to international logo, which is a space logo. It's a space deep, a space technology. And we see it's all to our benefit. There is no harm. The weeds will die, and the flowers will show. But our process is, do we, and where do we take this technology? Because is 5 people have achieved lift. Number of people in the coming days, weeks, will see the first, what you call UFO on your tables. I'm teaching very, very strongly, but step by step, that we carry thousands of people, not 1 or 2. How do we teach governments? Do we give enough to the governments, who are people, change the course of the governments? These energy units are days away, literally days away. If we have a teaching on Tuesday, I can show you the reactors. The working unit weighs less than 1 kilogram, produces huge amount of plasma energy. It's you who has to decide how to use it. Do we connect the plasma energy to a pen, and then we convert this energy if it needs to change a cancer? Would we see instant change of the size of a cancer on the body of the man? These are the things you will do. You don't need me. Now that you know how to create energy, what energy, put a pen next to a piece of meat and see what it does to it. Does it reduce its fat? That's how I did. Most of the research I did was that way. I went and I bought bones of cow, and I tested things inside the bone. How it changes, what the structure is. As Brennan said, you got a hunger pain, you put the patch on the stomach. Did you stop the pain, or did you create the food energy what is needed temporarily? Do we need the patch to be CH than a CO2? That it becomes an energy transfer. You have to understand the structure. And this structure, don't forget, we always said, you have blood for emotion, you have the nerve for information, and then you have the lymph, which is for physicality. So what happens? You put CO2, which is your emotion, you put energy, which is CH3, and you put lymph, which is copper oxide. you have food and everything your body structure needs. The same as we see here, stack it up. When you look at the construction of the 12 salts of the body, it contains within the copper oxide. Everything you need sits in that condition. And don't forget, when you have the three, when the energy is balanced, the totality becomes what you need. Because the total sum carries everything which is the energy of the structure of the body of the man. Do we need to pattern this, or is there any universe pattern of the universe? Do we need to expand the knowledge, or do we go back to expanding different knowledge? Let's explore this one step further. Let's go back. Let's see. Look at this. This is a gift. If you can expand it. This is your, let me find the drawing. Then you can relate to it. You can understand it. There we are. There we have what we talked about earlier. You have the center core here, and then you have the 12 outer rings here. Has the doctor understood and acting as according to it? What about if we connect the energy of the gravitational magnetic field to the outer core directly into the bottom of each? According to different strength, they take what they like. Would we have a banana, copper, zinc, beef, energy, everything in one pack? A lot of scientists who understand what I teach translate the knowledge to physicality. So you have to understand how far we go, the way we go. Is this system another version of a flight system? This is your magnetical field. This is your center core. This is very much original spaceships used by the spaceman. Single core. How far can we expand this knowledge? That is application forces peace. And it brings a different implication to it and with it. If you look what I taught, now you see in physicality. What about if we place it? We have Alex with us in the next few hours. He arrives later on with us here in Valletta. He comes about 7 o'clock tonight. We put the knowledge, and we've seen him, he's posted a plant pot on the internet, which reduces fields. Are we ready in the condition of a lift? Are we ready in the condition to bring new technology, force a new condition of mankind that everything is yours as you want? Is there a need for a war? Are we getting ready without knowing for the disasters which is about to hit us in different parts of the world in the coming months, years and years? How are we going to react and how are we going to do? What about if what Mike Nassif is doing, getting ready if there is a disaster in the West Coast, that he can accommodate as many people who doesn't know. He's opened his house, his place to humanity. He's asking for support to be able to have things ready if it happens that he can do. We'll respond to you, Mike, in the coming hours. How scientists translate knowledge. And you don't need a PhD, you don't need anything. I don't think Brennan has a PhD in energy and medicine, and I don't think Alex is in that position. But it's changed a lot of you. So where are we going? How are we going to do it? How we dictate a new world order? Do we need a new world order, or we go to a universal order? Equal as much as you need whenever you need it. That's the rule of the universe. So how do we translate? How do we do? Do we change to what we need, or do we change to the plasma of what we need? Do we need matter in these to convert? Or can we change the space inside that it carries the energy we need? There are ways to do it. There are people who are looking into it. I see some movement on the internet. People are moving in that direction. Don't forget, our Brazilian friends, our Mexican friends are teaching us, but we are ignorant to it. You don't need to have the water in this. When you nano-coat this, you can contain as a box. You close it. The nano-coating gives you a condition of what it is. When they pass the water through the pipes to feed the plant, they do the same thing. But they allow the information to be transferred through. So the position is wanting it or unwanting it. They do it or they don't do it. In the next 14 days, the power units, which become the OSIS units, are in your hand. In a mass. As I said, our plan is 10,000 for September. We produce 100,000 for October. We have planned, and the factory is going into production of 1 million a month. And this is only one country. Do we need to tell the governments people are hungry, they can't afford food, is there to feed them? The National Reserves does not pay for food import. The National Reserves does not pay for energy import. But you got to understand that the old dogs will not let go so easy. I have called for for Ben, who arrived last night here from Ghana. We have Alex is coming from London, from Nigeria, plus a third person will join to head the African team. We go from nation to nation in coming weeks. Teach openly on television, on the internet, on every channel to the governments that they can make themselves self-sufficient from energy and food. This is where our funds will go. All the support we receive will finance into these conditions. Due to certain reasons, we don't disclose a lot of things because we see a lot of people have, what do you call it, clandestine desires and activities. We did not say anything about the situation with Alan Sterling till the international police did their work. And now we open our book. I think, where is he going to hide? That's his problem. Now we sleep with peace, and he has to worry when they're going to knock on the door. Or do we make a condition that in the confinement of the spaceship in the space, there are no child abusers? I sleep at peace. I have no worries. But now, from tonight, from this day, every knock brings a heart attack for those who abuse. Don't forget, according to the saying of Alan Sterling in his own interviews, he says 50% of his audience are pedophiles. And that's his own word. On his videotape, he says 50% of his audience are pedophiles. So who counts why pedophiles come on his website? And we know 12% of the traffic, according to the statistics from GoDaddy and its servers, are children. So we leave it to the governments to do. We process. The reason is we don't want abuse in the space. We don't want to bring these kind of conditions that we bring peace, that abuse is not there physically, emotionally, or sexually. Do not forget, in a space you live in a very confined area. Now we go from one country to another, we go one point of the planet to another. You have a few 100 meters, and in a month time you know every hole and cranny in the spaceship. How do we abuse ourselves, keep ourselves busy for years and years in deep space? We have to find a solution for this before we go to space. Or do we make the space technology available that in the time of disaster we can respond? We are doing everything at the same time. There is no organization like Keshe Foundation anywhere on this planet at this moment. Teaching science freely, people developing the technology, teaching it scientifically, and the others applying it. They said the proof of the pudding is in eating it. So everybody is producing it, everybody is making the patch, everybody is making the pen, everybody is producing the energy systems. So where and how do we position ourselves in the coming time? We change the structure. If we get blocked by any government for release of the power energy units for any shape or form, we release the technology mass, and we teach you mass in masses. Then the governments, at least this way with us, have a point of negotiation to be able to find a solution. That way is out of control. We are the solution, not the problem. Our teachings are the solution, not the problems. Our conditions are irrelevant into what we do and how we teach. Our conditions is relevant in what improvement we can bring to humanity. I do not preach, I broaden knowledge, I teach you how to use the knowledge the correct way. In the coming weeks, in the coming days, we will see the report of the first UFO. We are on the verge of doing it, and I'm teaching the group in the background to understand why and the reason behind it. They have seen, they feel the energy of the core. Renan, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Can you explain to us how you feel when you handle the core?
For the power unit?
Yeah.
Yes, when I...
The new ones.
The new ones, okay.
Yeah.
The cores, the units for the power system, and also the new system for energy, for materials production. It's cold, and also the energy, it's like absorbing. Some of the small coils, you can feel that the units can absorb your energy, some gives. And it's really right now we have just discovered it. We're talking with the group right now in the chat. When I discovered the water, there's a great role for the water to help in the process as well. So right now it's very we're just amazed on the advancement that we're having here, and I think things are working fast as well, and hopefully we will see soon. We will fly, and also we can create matters soon, hopefully. And just the feeling of having this unit, using it, and also having the pens and everything, it really gives the assurance in my heart that we are all really protected and watched and already prepared for this time. And I'm so happy that Mr. Keshe shared this knowledge and opened this knowledge to all of us, because I am surely that this will really help each one of us and our families as well, especially these coming times.
Thank you
And
very much.
thank you so much.
So you understand we are on the verge of LIFT as a group as well. So we open it publicly that the what you call magnetic gravitational positioning with production of material as a group is at the reach. So we teach very in a close group, but highly understood, intelligent people who can convert the knowledge into physical condition. So where do we go? We are, as Evan Brennan says, we are on the verge of a lift. We are on the verge of the creation of the first UFO, as you call it, in public. And it's not me anymore. Now there are others who taught how to do it. They understand it. Now they have to set the system up for it.
Mr. Keshe, on that note,
yes.
Ali would like me to ask you if he can show his old unit power system.
Pardon?
Ali would like me to ask you if he can show you.
Yes, of course. Yes, let him show. Why not?
And I just want to let you know that Curl Lee is also available now, as well as
Can we speak with Carly, because we have the unit on the table, and then we go to Ali?
Okay, and we also have David with the agricultural.
Yes, we have plenty of time. We are not short of time.
Okay.
Today is a major breakthrough for the foundation and our followers, so we have to be able to understand what is about to come. Carly, can you explain to us the unit you sent us and the knowledge you received from the doctor up to now? Hello? Hello?
I think he's coming in there.
Hello?
Hi, Carl.
I'm here. I'm
Hi.
just back from outside. Hello. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good afternoon to you. Carl, we got I don't know if you see the picture online.
Yeah,
we
of
have
course,
the
I
unit.
see.
We have the
I
unit
see
which
the,
you sent us. Can you explain to us from what you know from the doctor, please?
Yeah, of course. I can explain about this medical device. Yeah, this is a medical device for cure different kind of diseases. As I know, this kind of device is used. No, the doctor who claim to have cure different kind of diseases, he used three kind of technology. The first one is reductive ion technology from Japan. It is for internal environment of the body. And two, CO2 gas device. This device is CO2 gas device. He placed the CO2 into the center of the reactor and set the blood around the reactor. The tail plastic tube shall be filled with CO2, shall be filled with blood of the patient. So I think he just used the CO2 gas in the center to create a gravitational magnetic field environment for the patient to recover. And the third, he used the nutrition for the patient to recover itself by the body. So he used three kind of device to create a internal and the external environment for the patient, the body of the patient to recover itself. So this is what I know. Hello, that's all. Hello.
Hello. Yes. What does he report from this test?
Yeah, he just said the response is positive, but yeah, the response is positive.
I had from you that there are 5 doctors asking for these units.
Yeah, he ordered 5 more of this device for a further test.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yes, no problem.
Yeah.
We need to make another 2 here to be
Yeah,
able
of course.
to.
Yeah, we can assist. We can make another 2 for you.
If we could have it, please, then we can let it be tested here.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Thanks very much, Carly.
Okay.
By the way,
Thank you
I've seen your email regarding the little girl teaching. We'll try to see what we can get you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much, Carl.
Okay.
Thank you very much indeed. Can we speak with Ali, please? Is Ali about? Or?
Yeah, he should.
Hello.
There we go.
Hi, Ali. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon and good morning, good evening for everybody who's in nighttime, who's in daytime. So, Mr. Keshe, can I have one quick question to you? Because I remember for all the teaching for about to grow to the fingers to become against how's before cutting for lost this organ. When I'm using, I build this for the energy for my for the guns. But anyway, we don't like each other with these guns. With CUO on the Cooper. When I'm positioning my fingers, it's not cutting, it's normal parts in the life. When I'm positioning here 3 millimeters, I start to feel from my body will come like pull up like a capacitor. Then they make two. Then they like discharging. I feel this in my bones. So our brain, some parts, they busy to keeping our body in the normal form. If we positioning these metals, is it dangerous with a complete organ or not?
Not really, because it's plasmatic and your body only takes what it needs.
Okay, this energy was, I feel like collecting like capacitor will come pulling up, pull up, then making poof. And
yes, but again. The thing is, you at the same time you receive energy from it too. It's not one way. If your body doesn't need it, it will not affect. If it needs it, it will stay. And the way you wind I've seen the coil you showed us, that creates a different kind of attraction.
No, I'm doing clockwise and counterclockwise to trying to absorb some energy from my guns. How can I'm doing it? Was I'm searching about on this.
Okay,
but when I'm close, when I'm bringing close, I'm feel this and I want to get information. Thank you very much.
No problem. This is now you feel it because now you have 4 coils than the pen. So now you create an environment of plasma in a bigger dimension.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got it. Yeah. I understand.
Okay. You're going to show us something today?
Yes, what I want to share in my old model craft because the new one. I'm very happy because I found a chance to working with the plasma. With the plasma technology, because this is old model what we're going to doing. But we didn't positioning this in the craft. I just built and stay living in hangar. And then when they kicking me out, after they collect everything, then they disappear.
Can we see what it is, how it looks?
Okay.
can you explain to us what you're showing us?
Yes. This is sphere. Yeah. Wait. Yes. Yeah. Two half sphere in the middle. Also, I'm making a little bit bigger line here to understanding. I'm not looking at that much. To separate two parts of sphere. One part is positive, another part is negative. Is the inside, as you seeing here, in the middle, from on this stick, like a stick, in the middle we're positioning one material here, which is spread out energy. And this one, what we're seeing here, like a line, yeah, starting from the smaller to going and bigger. And this one is a hexagonal plate, but starting plate from small and going to bigger, or step by step, or one by one. So, and inside also is the last wall, this sphere, as will come like this, also is hexagonal plate, because hexagonal shape is you can covering very easily to area. You know have chance to staying without cover. I mean empty place.
You know, Ali, in a couple of weeks when you are here, we let you play your game.
Huh. Okay,
so we see how you build your system.
No, it was building this, but I couldn't the positioning. I couldn't using in the craft. I want to share this, and okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed. Ali has become part of the Keshe Foundation, what do you call it, a structure. And so he's moving to Barletta in the next couple of days, in the next few days. And we'll see if he can get us flying his way. We are doing our way in another way, but we leave it to you.
But Mr. Keshe, we're using plasma technology, plasma power.
No problem. You have everything you want.
Because
plasma technology,
Foundation.
No problem. Everything you need is there.
Because Keshe Foundation manifested this plasma energy. And
let's see how we can use it. Let's see how we can use it and how we can apply it.
Okay, Mr. Keshe. Thank you very much.
We'll see you next week, hopefully.
I hope if it doesn't do attack on me or somebody, some bad people around.
Believe in a greater force than that.
Because they're hacking my tablets.
We know who's doing it. We put a track on it. We know where it comes from.
Okay, Mr. Keshe.
We already have a good idea who's playing games with you and the others. It all comes from the same line of people, but we don't do anything. We just watch because the technology is so big now that one or two laptops are irrelevant.
I think they cannot sleep well at night.
We leave it to them. They have their own conscience. Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you next week.
Okay, Mr. Keshe.
All the
Thank
best,
you very much.
inshallah. Thank you very much.
Can
we have? Thank you. Bye-bye. Can we have David online? At least the next step, we can see where we go.
Yeah, David, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, David. Good afternoon. Good morning to you.
Here in Mexico right now, and good night and good evening, wherever everybody is right now in the world. Sorry for the communication here. But finally, I'm right here connected. Can you hear me well?
We can hear you, but we can't see anything.
Let me put the video camera.
Do you want me to do a screen share on that on the PDF or on the videos or what?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see here. A second, I can do a screen share this way, I think. Okay, you can see that.
Oh, we see you've done the perfection of the Spaceship Institute logo.
Well,
You have to change that out because we don't work with the grid, so leave it out. On the right side, you're doing it the right way. Carry on, explain to us, yeah.
All right, okay. I'm just continuing with the different phases right here in the pictures you see here in the
Can we
back.
see the pictures? Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah. These are part of the corns that were showing these anomalies. I did a harvest today about these corns, and some of them they really deal very well in the harvesting. It's still, I'm washing the specimens that I show you in the pictures, but I keep seeing the same anomalies in my third phase. What I mean by this is that the plants that the new seeds that I planted, I'm watching as they develop like a tree stalk. You know, the corn is putting 3 branches, not branches, but 3, it's coming in 3 from one corn, from one seed. I have seen other ones they are showing 2, and others you see here in the picture number 2. That's the phase 3 that I'm using the same seed, and they are repeating the same anomalies. They are growing since the beginning, since I saw them. They are growing 3 grass-like type of things, you know, branches going up. They are developing right now, but I saw already a few of those repeating. I'm just watching how they develop. Picture 5 and 6 are the ones that I took some pictures. This is the area.
Yeah, can we go back on the picture of the corn on the table, please? We see black, we see brown, we see some which have no seed on them. Is that normal, even with the normal agriculture?
What happened in these ones, what I found is that they didn't get pollinized, you know, well. Some of those, it could be something going on over there that they didn't get the full pollination. That happens sometimes, you know, because these corns were so tall that some of them, you know, the male flower broke, and then they didn't get to be pollinized on time. Corns come like that. They don't get the full, you know, strength of the male plant, and that's what happens, you know. The blue corn, this was the case. It didn't completely got full. The other ones, they got completely, you know, all the lines got completely full. But that's what I was, you know, the ones that they stay still, I mean, standing, those were producing really full corns. The ones that lose the male flower, that's what you see over there. But I try to get everything, you know, a piece here where the thing was failing because of the conditions that I was setting over there at the planting process. Now in my third phase, the plants are already more space, and they have the full separation between them for them to really mature at the level of the strength of the plant. And this time I already put in my third phase, I'm using the foliar applications of the CO2 guns. I already did today my first application for the third phase, and they have developed really strong. And since the August 10, that's when I planted the seeds for the phase 3 of the corn. The other, the variety that I have in the third phase are all color corns. All of them are just different colors: blue corn, pink corn, and some varieties of what you see here too. Those are part of their phase. But this time, I follow the same procedure. I use this basket that you see in the middle to do my plasmatic soaking right there. And then I did apply the guns in the moment that I put the seed on the ground, in the ground, you know. And they really develop. Right now, they are almost 2 feet high. You can see in the next picture, you will see the plant already developing at this time. I'm going to start my irrigation tomorrow with the filter that I did with the nano mesh. I did a nano mesh that I put in a PVC pipe, and I'm circulating the water through there to irrigate those plants. Like I say, today they got the first application of the plant foliar. I did the CO2 and CH3 mix with amino acids. This is
which one is giving better results?
It's what just right now with the guns, with the nanomaterials, without putting any guns, they already develop well. But today is when I want to start looking at the progress, because now, from now on, they're going to receiving the gasified water. And what I'm doing was similar to what Renner was saying, that you just get the water in the bottles and get the water energized. But what I found too is that we can wash the guns when we are washing and use that water to spray foliar. I don't need to apply the CO2 guns straight to the plant. I just get a big container and wash the guns in the structured water, and then I get that water and I spray it foliar. It's almost like what they're doing lately in what is called agro-homeopathy. They get the same homeopathic application, but this with the guns, you know. And I'm doing that experiment too, and seeing the results for the pest control, and see that the plants, they are not attacked, you know, by the different nature things, so that they eat the plants. You know, this time of the July, August, that's when a lot of the creatures of nature, you know, develop, and they eat everything. But I'm seeing that the plant is being protected just with the nanomaterials. I mean, with the nanomaterials at this point, because when they get a certain level of strength, they get protected and they are not attacked anymore. They are getting to that point right now. And that's
Can you repeat that again? We missed it.
What I said, when the plants get up to a certain level of immunity, you know, the plant gets stronger, they are not attacked anymore. In the beginning, when they are developing, they get attacked easily. You know, if the water is not plenty, and if there's too much heat, and then they get attacked. And if there is too much vegetation around, but I have found that the plants are getting stronger and they are not being attacked as I see it before in other conditions. And
so the nanomaterial, the GANs, works as a, what do you call it? Deterrent?
Yeah, like repellent, you know, and that's what I'm seeing. Like I said, today I just did the foliar application of, I used, when I was washing, because I put about 7 trays of CO2 capture, like a few days ago, and I got the CO2 that already captured as I was washing them. You know, I used the water that I was getting from the when I was washing, and that's what I use for the gasified water, you know, for the foliar application. But I use only a small amount of the CO2.
Do you think, if we go back into what you said, if you use the water which goes through, let's say, copper oxide nano-coated, and you can use the water like a pesticide?
Yeah.
If you water the whole plant?
Yeah, especially what I wanted to do with the CO2 copper, apply those in the roots, CO2 copper and CH3 and CO2 to apply it foliar. And then I protect the plant from the upper and from the lower part, that way. And that's part of what I'm doing right now. CO2, I mean the copper oxide gas are going to be applied in the roots on the ground, and the other ones are going to be applied foliar to the plant. And I think that will be one of the things why the plants right now are not being attacked, you know. And I want to keep, you know, taking videos as they develop, because they're already almost 2 feet tall since I began the third phase with this. But like I said, this belonged to the color corns that I got in the first phase. The idea with this seed is that I can plant it, you know, in the 4 seasons. That's the reason I'm replanting what I got in spring, and get it now at this level in September. And that will give me to the end of the year to get the harvest. And now with the application of the gasified water, and then I'm hoping I want to have better results, because lately the other trials, I didn't use the gasified water. Even I didn't do any application of the foliar application of the guns. Now I'm going more to regularly with those, and see if this time, you know, I want to have a plenty of harvest with the corns. But so far, I purposely choose a piece of the land that is not, I would say, very rich in the matter content, because I have places where I have a good land, but I choose this land that is kind of sandy, like, with the purpose of adding the nanomaterials to see if I can fix more nitrogen that way, and then use the water in those conditions that the ground is not completely rich in the organic matter. I'm using just whatever I cut, you know, in the process, and then I just mix it. But this land is kind of sandy, and I'm getting still very good results with that kind of conditions, you know. I have in the next phase, I'm gonna grow the wheat. I want to do the wheat field, but this is going to be 4 hectares.
Can I ask you a question? We know that even the plants use protein, or amino acid, which is not protein, as a line of feeding using what you call nitrogen. As we see with the CO2 kits, if we, let's say, place CO2 kits around the tree where it attracts more nitrogen to create the amino acid, do you think would that become a natural fertilizing condition? Or do we feed the plant directly on the leaf without going through the roots?
Yeah, my idea before was to circulate the guns with a loop around the area and create already a field. Even I was thinking doing the same type of looping the field with a huge hose and just circulate the guns. Instead of to put those CO capture kits. I just put the whole thing in the process and create, a circle similar to that instead to be putting, a kit. And I can that way too, attract the we're talking about, get the more nitrogen from the air. And the other thing that I'm adding to this is I'm trying to use the rainwater of a magnet to attract more nitrogen into the mixture in the hose that I'm going to be putting on the ground. That way, the rainwater already has some kind of frequency with the nitrogen. Now, activated with the guns, mix, rainwater mixed with CO2 and CH3, circulate. That will create conditions to attract.
There is a question mark which has been hanging around with us for some time. Most of the fertilizers are high enriched with nitrogen. That's why you buy them. What about if you can burn the fertilizer to bring in the GANS state or a nano state and put it in the water and just then use the water or a field of the water around your pipe as a process of giving nitrogen without fertilizers with all the damage on the ground? Put a fertilizer which is burned, burn it if it's possible. It can be done. Most of them are in granule, most of it anyway. And go through the process of creating the GANS of it, the water GANS, and then make that GANS water in a pipe or hold it in a container in a tank and pass the water which is going to the plant over the tube or container with the GANS water in it. Would it transfer the nitrogen in?
Yeah, that was my next step that I'm going to be doing. But I was using the idea you are giving me right now, but I was putting in the ping pong balls, and the water is going to pass through the vortex created by the two Starship reactors inside in that formation. Those fertilizers are going to be in the ping pong balls too, and they're going to gasify the water to also create the same condition about the hint that you're giving me right now. But I don't know. My next step was to burn the bone of the cows and start getting the fertilizer from there, and also get I'm gonna get different plants that I'm gonna burn and gonna create GANS with them. That was part of my next addition to to my interface, because this area is not full of organic matter, and I was trying to go and do that. I already got my hose already nano-coated right now. I am in the process of nano-coating the hoses that are going to be in the lines where this corn is growing as a way to do a permanent fertilizer creation for this time. I already have a few meters of these hoses that are going to be placing. Now, in the last time you said to put copper or metal pipes in certain areas. I didn't understand that part. Just to nano-coat the hoses and then put also pieces of metal pipe in.
You can do, because if you nano-coat the pipe themselves, if it's a copper pipes, You can do extension with the nano copper and then the plastic which are nano coated, or you just can do the same with anything. Because we are looking into this to produce these pipes as a hose pipes here in Italy. That we market it as a pipe with a what do you call it, with a like a fertilizer in it. We nano coat the pipes at the point of production. This is something we are looking into it now, or we can do like a sections that they can divert the CO2 or what do you call it, the water through copper oxide or pesticide. This is something we're going to test in the coming weeks here.
Well, I think there's going to be a good addition that are going to be adding to this process, and but I think that now with the because the winter time is coming here in the area, the chili peppers that I have too, you know, I'm trying to see if I can create some conditions for this time for the plants to be protected against the freeze. Even though the last year, you know, I lose only probably 5% of the plants, and the rest are still standing and producing a lot of the chili peppers. And people who also grew the—
How much would you have lost in a normal condition?
Everything. I mean, the people who I was talking today, they lost all the crops, all the chili peppers, and say, "Yours is still alive?" Yes, and mine is still here growing. And they had to cut them and replant the ones that they sow, because they lost everything. And all my plants are still, you know, standing because of the nanomaterials that are just the big nails that I put on the root. That causes already, you know, a lot of the protection. But at this time that I'm creating the mesh, I want to do some of the loopings, you know, around the PVC pipes to also see how they behave this time, you know, with the freeze, and get the conditions of the soil more the field, to create a stronger field with the application of the GANs water, because before I didn't apply the GANs, you know, all the nanomaterials. Now I'm going to be doing more regular foliar applications to the plant and see if they become stronger against the frost. That's part of the preparations that I'm doing, you know, from now to the end of the year, and also seeing that before, you know, there are certain pests that they affect the chili peppers, and now they are, you know, they are not being affected. After, you know, the process of strengthening the ground, seems that the flowering and the biomass of the plant, it really increased a lot. And that's proof that, you know, the immune system of the plant is being strengthened by the application of the nanomaterials. And as for now in this phase, my third phase, I'm going to be also applying the gasified water to the plants, and also I'm going to do the different, you know, I'm going to burn the ashes of the whatever I'm cutting there and create some GANs with them, you know, to create those kind of agro applications with GANs, you know. But so far, the corns that they were showing the anomalies, I'm still watching them to develop the corn, you know. Still have the new sets of corns that I'm growing. Even there were native varieties from this area, they are showing a massive growth. They are growing bigger than how they regularly grow in this area. And some people see, oh, this is the same corn, but yours too big. So it's just completely going similar to the other ones. They are measuring, 11 feet, 12 feet, when they don't grow at these heights here in this area. And that proved me that, the nanomaterials are really, even regardless of the seed, they are, the plant is developing taller than the normal size that we see here.
But do they become stronger? As you said, do you see pests on it that you need to use pesticides?
No, I don't need to use anything. But the thing is, they are growing so fast, so quickly. If a rain really comes, they can bend them, because it needs some time for them to get stiffer, and stronger. But they are growing too fast, and the biomass is kind of increasing at that level. And I have to be, because we're in the rain season, and this is the time when it rains a lot, and they bend. And what I noticed in this, and they are really very juicy, going up. But because they are growing so fast, and there could be some problems, at that level. But the ones there are having more, I would say, the ones that are developing stronger, those are immediately, showing the sign that they're going to be producing really big corn. That's what I'm watching in my second phase that I have already some areas, they are showing those conditions. They're growing taller, but so quickly, and I said, man, that these nanomaterials are really pushing the ground to really capture the nitrogen, because corn needs a lot of nitrogen, and they're pulling a lot of nitrogen from the nanomaterials that I put in those beds. That's what I'm, observing. But I want to repeat the same thing. If I see, that characteristic is being repeated, and then when I plant the wheat for next time, I want to do the application of the GANs, the nanomaterials in my the 5 acres of wheat that I'm going to be planting for this winter season. And I want to see how the wheat develops. I already have some wheat seeds that I got from springtime, and those were not, I would say, usually I only get seeds that are certified organic from my suppliers, but this one were just native wheat. But I saw in these ones that they really develop a really bush-like type of thing. A lot of them came from those areas, and I kept those seeds to repeat, to see if those develop more seed. I saw that, yes, I was shaking the roots to see if there were many seeds, growing at the spot. When I did the planting, I was watching the plants to develop and see, and I saw these patches, really strong patches of the wheat, and I kept those seeds for the next experiment. I got a lot of the lettuces from my springtime vegetables that were also a lot of seeds. I got almost a bucket and a half of seeds just from cilantro and the lettuces that I grew. And I'm going to use those seeds next time, to do my planting again for the springtime again. Or I would say in November, that's when we start planting the lettuce, for the vegetable time.
Thank you very much. Thanks for. Is there anything else you can share with us, or we go to the next person?
I was still, you know, taking pictures and reporting the progress as I go with the next phase, and from there we can determine, you know, the level that we can acclimatize different seeds for different conditions, you know, and we can grow in the desert, or because we have here sometimes, you know, in some areas, very desert-like conditions. And that's my whole idea, you know, to really grow here at these conditions with these nanomaterials. So far, seems that it's working, and I want to keep repeating, you know, the process. If it repeats, and then I know that, you know, I'm going to be trusted in, and I can put a huge area with those, not just small areas. I would say, okay, now I want to put 5 acres of this and really have a big production of the either wheat or corn, you know, in my next application.
Thank you very much. Thanks for sharing knowledge with us.
Mr. Keshe,
We'll have you again next week. You think you can tell us more or show us more harvest? Can I ask you a question? If you eat these seeds, do they taste any different? Because you've been consuming them last time.
I was chewing some seeds when I was, you know, harvesting, and they taste sweet. Like they develop more of the carbohydrates in them, and possible a lot of protein too. You know, because we know the corn has a lot of carbohydrates. They do all, you know, corn syrup, and this word, you know, these corns that are usually to make tortillas, you know, and to make different things. This showing a really sweet flavor. And also the ones that I got some popcorn seeds, and I'm gonna try to do some popcorns. As soon as they get dry, I wanna see if they develop a good popcorn when I put it in the heat, you know. And I wanna taste those too, you know, see how they.
Well, they get hotter.
Yeah. Or give more energy, you know. That's going to be part of the savoring that I'm going to do next week. As soon as they get dry enough, I'm going to do some popcorns and put some, you know, some honey and see how they taste.
Okay, that's perfect. Thanks very much. Please, when you make a note next time, use the logo of the Keshe Foundation Space Institute.
Oh, okay, I want to talk to Enrique. He is the one who put the logo, maybe the old logo. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Keshe, we have always used those logos both for the Spaceship Institute and for the Keshe.
Yeah, use the new one which we're going to put out before the next presentation.
Oh, great! We will.
We are a spaceship organization, so we use.
We always recognize that we are working there.
Thank you very much indeed.
I would like to say something about the question on the use of fertilizer cans in water, because there is this very well-known experience with biodynamic agriculture, in which it was developed 100 years ago. And it is done by taking some manure into some cow horns. Has to be cows, female cows, obviously, and they're buried in the ground from September to March. And after that, it's receiving the energy from the earth, and so the manure gets kind of mineralized. And you take one or two of those of that product, or no, 2 pieces of that product into water, 200 liters of water in a barrel, and you wheel it around to the right for 1 hour, and then you wheel it around to the left for another hour, like a special combination. And there you have the best super fertilizer that is known in organic agriculture. Perhaps that can give you a hint of what can happen with the GANs.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed.
Okay.
Do we have
Thank you.
anybody else? Rick, can you read the Skype I sent you, please? Is there anything else we have to share?
Skype. Are you talking about
Everything.
Sterling visitation? Is that what you mean?
Or my talk?
Talk on Skype.
Or anybody to ask questions.
Did you say there's something specific on Skype that I'm supposed to show right now? Is that what you meant?
No. Okay, we'll talk after the thing.
Okay. Do you mean the thing from that Shandor's put together?
Yeah. No, from today's. Is there anything we need to do?
Anybody else?
It's okay. We talk outside when it's finished. No problem.
I'm not sure what you mean exactly there.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Is there anybody else who wants to share with us? We still have the Chinese gentleman.
Yes, we could do the Chinese. I did have a look at his. There, I had my other microphone. We could do the Chinese. I've had a look at it. It looks okay as far as not copyright issue and that kind of thing.
Okay, no problem.
It's got to do with nano coding and so on. I'll have to see if we can get him available, if we can open up his I think he can there we go, his microphone's open.
Yeah, no, I just tried to unmute him. Rick, can you stop sharing screens or can you share the presentation? Maybe he should, but I still need to know if we have a translator online. We need to have a translator.
Carl Lee is there.
Yes, Carl, can you translate? I actually don't see Carl on right now, actually.
Is Lisa online? Could translate.
Nope, Lisa's not online.
So can we let him know till we don't get the translator? At least organize it with him next week.
And there's no one else that can translate. That's
Max is not there either.
Several Chinese, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, no Jin Kao either.
Okay, if it's not there, we have to apologize from him. We can't do it because we don't understand what he's trying to show us. And if he can organize a time with the translator next week.
Yeah, he has English along with the pictures that he's showing, but it might be best to have
explanation.
Chinese for his explanation, yeah.
Yeah, please, okay. Do we have anything else or we close for today?
Maybe we should do questions because questions do usually take up some time.
Okay, do a question. We answer a couple of questions.
Right, you'd probably like to close off soon here, Mr. Keshe, right?
Pardon?
You'd like to probably close off here soon, so we'll just have a couple of questions. Is that the
idea? Yeah, we just coming back from holidays.
Yeah.
We're starting the next week. We do the standard presentation, and then from the following week after that, we go to Tuesdays and Thursdays teaching.
Okay. Let's see. What do we have? Is there anything in the chat here that's? Did you notice anything, Vince, especially in the chat?
Well, there is somebody there, Patrick, that does have a question. If you could type it in, I think you just did.
About the springs? Well, Patrick says, I have wound my springs for the lift as described by Mr. Keshe last week, and placing the 3-wire springs 120 degrees apart, but then it breaks off at that point. It says no more. He has to finish that question or be able to verbalize it. Ali says, thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thanks for everybody in the chat. Patrick, can you give us a little more information about the, okay. I would like to know what the next step is. Yeah, that's what he wants to know. What is the next step? I've wound my springs for the lift as described by Mr. Keshe last week, and placing the 3-wire springs 120 degrees apart. I would like to know what the next step is.
Next step, you need one in the middle.
Okay.
You need a 4. Until you don't have the 4 reactors, you can't enforce the closure.
And would the new design include some sort of plate assembly in between the top reactor?
No, you don't really need a plate assembly. We're trying to, at the moment we're in a transition point. You need the, what do you call it, central plate. But what you will see is that the center core will move up itself, and as I said, the 3 reactor cores in the 120 degree move down. It's let me put the camera on. Maybe I can explain.
What if you already have them in that position? Does that
Pardon?
help the process? If you already have them in that position, as in above and below the central.
You see what happens if you look at this. Let's look at this. What we have here on the screen. Open the camera if you can share my camera. You see what we have here is very much, if you say we have the 6 as a center, this to be our center core. You have this reactor moving up. If you look at it, the shape will be this reactor here is connected to the motor. This reactor will move up. This is your gravitational ring. The magnetical ring, which sits somewhere here, if you can extend it in a different way, if you look at it, this is your center, and this is your the 3 base. So what happened? The 3 bases are on the same plate. What happens is that the 3 will move down, and you'll find this plate somewhere here with this reactor, the 4th one here, and then automatically you see the shape. You see the shape of the shimmer is a light shimmer, and then you will see the physicality, tangibility according to what field strength you have created. If you use different kind of GaNs inside, if you use homogeneous GaNs in all 3 reactors, all will give you different kind of material, tangibility in physicality. So in respect to the environment, what you're going to get, these 3 will move down, this top one here will move up, and the 12 rings outside dictates the shielding. So in so many ways, the plate does not move as such, but the plate is forced to levitate amongst the 4 reactors. If you go back to our original teaching, when we had, if I can place it on the side that you can see, if we had the 3 base reactors in this shape, let's use the orange for the base. If you had the 3 base reactors and we had the top core here, we had somewhere in the middle the free plasma. The free plasma was sitting somewhere here. But now, with this plate being in the position it is, the free plasma moves within the structure of the plate according to the strength of the all the gravitational magnetic fields. So your free plasma condition is dictated by the totality of the 12 cores plus the 6 in gravitational. You move it up and down. Where you move this free plasma dictates on the height, the width of your reactor. If you push this higher, so the expansion moves further. So you get a bigger diameter. You don't need to keep on changing your reactor core to get the higher dimension. So your plasma is here, your core is here. If your center core here in the middle, if your center core here, center plate here, creates a field force which is stronger, that it pushes the top core away, higher dimension, you'll see your bases move out. So the size of your field increases. So the size of your craft increases. You dictate the size of the craft, and if you control it correctly, you decide the size of the shielding, where your shield's going to be. If you come closer, if you look at it this way, or if you push it that way. So if you look at it the side view, if you put it on its side, and you have your 3 reactors based here at 120 degrees, if you can see it. So what happens is that this is your top core. If I can come more in the picture, this is your top core, and your free plasma is somewhere here. Here, if you look at it that way. If we create a certain field here that you push the free plasma further out, so the height increases, the dimension of your craft increases. You control the structure size, but not keep on moving your cores. You decide on the structure size by field control within the structure of the gravitational and magnetical.
Mr. Keshe, Patrick have asked, does this take several days? And I guess
instantaneous.
Right. So, but in some
you have to understand. You have to understand the work of your fields.
But wouldn't it be true that in some reactor combinations it might take time to build up?
No.
Situation?
No.
Not for
It's
spacecraft.
instantaneous. It's instantaneous. Because we see this, you will see it. Because now you have received you have to go back on the teaching of this morning. I have given you all the indications and all the teaching you need to know. You have everything. You have, yesterday when we were talking, it was the same position. When I explained and understood, it's just a walkthrough. You got to be able to understand whatever you've done from the beginning in totality. Some of you will achieve formation of the craft by accident, but then you will see half of it. You will see one half doesn't exist because your field forces on one side are weaker, on one side are stronger, and then you will see you create half crafts. You see shimmers. It won't happen, but if any of you are lucky, you'll create the full craft in one go. It goes back to all the teachings from the beginning. You had the free plasma. Now the height of the free plasma, if you look at it, dictates the size of your craft. If you push it very high, it's just like a tent. The further it goes, the further the other three in the base here, somewhere here, have to find their position. So instead of being at this position, then when you change it, they move further out. As they move further out, so your magnetic field gets bigger. So the tent gets bigger. You will see the next few weeks and months, we will see how we progress now that we're going down the hill instead of up the hill. Up to now, we moved all the way to create the GANs. Now we're going down the hill to create matter, or at least physicality of matter. Thank you very much for today. If there is no other question, and we'll see each other. We started teaching as a, what do you call, the seminars from Tuesday the 15th, and we'll see where we go. Please make as many recordings as you can in case the live stream goes down. Place it on your YouTubes, whatever, and do not let FU block the progress of mankind. There have been a lot of views in the world, but they never count. So please replicate. Make sure the Keshe Foundation uses its correct logo, which very actually belongs into a space. And meanwhile, Keshe Foundation is only responsible for the Keshe Foundation logo of Keshe Foundation member site and SSI. The rest of the world Keshe Foundations, we are not under control. They can sue you one by one. So then it's about a huge amount of court cases to be settled. So what is with us will change because we don't believe in confrontation. And as we said, the same situation with the reason that our live stream was brought down. We don't go into conflict. We leave it in the hand of the people who know how to solve these kind of situations. Thank you very much for today, and thanks for your time in teaching us what you gathered as a knowledge.
Thank you once again, Mr. Keshe. Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed.
Yes, thank you,
Bye.
Okay, that brings it to an end of the Thursday, September 10th, 2015.
Sorry, Rick, try that again.
Do you need an ending here, you mean?
Yeah, try that again. I had to remute everybody since you.
Okay, well, okay, I can say it here. I just cut off the live stream, but that's okay. We can finish the recording here. Let me just get this straight first before something happens. Okay. Yes, that's the end of today's Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, September 10th, 2015, the 78th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Thank you, everybody, for attending.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to end the meeting now. So thank you.